Yeah. I was like, I'm just gonna make sure that everyone has their and post that I'm live. Hmm? Sorry, what? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm good. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mm-hmm. I also try not to swear a lot of times, but this is when when I'm either really tired and I can't do it no more. If I start swearing a lot, it's because I'm tired. I'm just like, ah. Mhm. It did? No. Yeah. Are you typing in the right one? Wait, which one? This one? We both say. We're like, this one? Okay. No. Yeah, the collaborative one. Yeah. Mhm.
Come inside and have a nice cup of tea.
There we go. There we go. It's okay. I found a fast way to do it the other day. Oop, there we go. Hmm. That's basically what I did. At the top, you go through the images at the top. Yeah. Oh no. Mm-hmm.
Prefer to remain anonymous.
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Call it.
Let's go, Cam on the scene. Let's go.
Get him out, get him out, get him out, get all the swear words out. No. I'm ready to rip it.
Okay.
Is everyone
Alrighty.
else ready to rip
Yep.
it?
I'm ready
Yep.
to rip
I
it.
already moved it.
Amazing.
Alright,
Alrighty.
press all the
Alright,
buttons.
let's fucking go.
We got it.
Oh my god, hi chat!
Hi, chat. Is it
Hi,
chat or
chat.
chats?
Chatsa?
Chats up.
Chats.
Chatters? Chat? Cheddar? Chatteroonies?
Caterinos?
Oh, the fact that I said Chatterunos and someone said Chatterino. Oh my gosh. Same brain. Same brain.
Where's my...
I think
Hmm?
I think everyone's on the same screen. We're all looking
Mhm.
cutie patooties. Everyone can see everyone. Everyone can hear everyone. Let us know in the shared chat if there's any problems.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because we can all see the share chat. Oh, I think we
Yeah,
can all see the
I'm-
share chat.
You can all see all the chats.
I think so, man. This is beautiful. I don't do lots of like just chatting streams, so I was like, I have 3 screens and I am just chatting, so I can have OBS and chat just like on my 2 big main ones,
Mm-hmm.
and it's massive and it's great. Because usually
I
I
love that.
chat on my like small one that's off to the right, and I'm like, wow, this is so great. Oh my gosh. Anyways, did anyone want to explain what we're doing here today? Otherwise, I can, but I've been yapping already.
Well,
Any-
today we're with
Mhm.
these amazing, lovely ladies, and we're going to be talking about business and kind of what it deals like for us in our day-to-day lives and in content creation too as well. So we're going to be sharing our experiences, so it should be a lot of fun.
Wow, I know how to type. Yeah. Business. Because we're pros or
Mhm.
something like
Yep.
that. That's what they tell us, at least.
We work in
Definitely,
business
we're
in some
definitely
way.
Pros.
Yeah.
Professionals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or something. I don't know.
I mean, you're on a boat. You're like.
I'm on a
Yeah, you do be on a boat though.
I'm
Yeah.
on a boat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so rich and powerful
love
in
an
business
accomplished lady.
that I'm on a boat.
Takes hard
There's-
work to get to a boat, guys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm in Amsterdam. This is in the
Yeah.
Amsterdam
Right,
canals.
like-
Mm-hmm.
This
Like-
could be you if you do
This could be
business. It's
you.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow your dreams.
If you business hard enough,
Yeah.
this could be you.
Oh,
Here
we go. I just copied the little like thing that somebody put together and I pasted it in the VC chat so we can all see it at the same time. So we're not having to like scroll.
Ooh. Okay. Awesome.
Oh, I have it on my phone, but yes.
Oh,
Nailed it. That's why I've been like looking down. I'm like, here.
Yeah. I'm like, what
But
got
that makes it even
Yeah.
better. You
oh
so
no, not my
smart.
note.
it?
A 6-stack for Marvel Rivals is crazy.
Oh wow.
Look at 6. Wow.
Olivia, were you the person who gave us the outline of what we're doing today? Right?
I
it you?
think it was
I-
part of the interview. Yeah, it was in our little chat.
I think it was
and then we
Brenna.
can get over it.
Was
I
it Brenna?
combined everybody's thoughts.
Yeah.
It was everyone. I just
Oh,
put it all
okay.
together.
Yeah,
No.
I
I meant
got it.
It
when we
was-
first introduced when we were saying what we were doing today. Who was the first person?
Yeah.
It was you. Yeah.
Oh,
Olivia
yeah,
said
yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Do you want to start us off and introduce yourself, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. So, hi everybody. If you guys don't know me, my name's Livia. I'm from Michigan. I'm a content creator since
Midwest represent.
2017.
Mm.
Yes, yes. But yeah, so I've been a content creator since 2017. Been doing it full time, so I guess it's my experience in business, so to speak. In addition to a few other things, which I'm sure I'll get into when we get to chatting. But yeah, I'm happy to be here with you guys today. I hope you guys love business just as much as I do. So yeah.
Kitty cat.
I have a slice of pizza on my desk and she's trying to get at it. Or he's trying to get at it.
No.
Yeah.
So,
Brenna, you want to go?
mhm.
We'll just go down the
Yeah,
row.
sure. I'm so excited to be here. I'm Brenna Rose. I've jumped on a lot of stepping stones in the journey so far, but I started business when I was a teenager. I had a dog sitting business that I scaled to be full time, and I learned a lot of things along the way. I've done several things from, like I said, dog sitting and pet sitting to health coaching, and I've just taken a little bit of things here and there to apply it to streaming full time, and I'm excited to share a little bit about the stepping stones along the way and how I've applied them to Twitch and how we can apply them to other passions. And yeah, and how you can make your passions a full-time thing. I'm excited that you guys are all here.
Yeah.
I'm Hockey Jetty. I am a variety content creator here on Twitch. But I also do things on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube because why not? But as for business, I have my master's and bachelor's in accounting, and I also have my CPA license. And I have worked over 7 years, almost 8 years now, in like business doing accounting and finance. So I have a lot of experience in that. And I also opened my own bookkeeping services business this year. So like I'm running my own shiitake. So I have a lot of experience in business. It is basically my life. So from that world, I have all that. It's it's a lot of learning of ins and outs. So I'm happy to always help people learn about it and apply it to different things. I've literally made so many different tools for people within the guilds to help them with budgeting and whatnot. And so I'm always happy to help people with that as well. So yeah, I'm excited to talk about all that fun stuff.
Heck yeah, nice. That's why she's on the yacht.
Yeah, that's why I'm on the yacht. Yeah.
Hey, my name's Elia, also known as Spiced Illustrations here on Twitch, and I'm an illustrator and cartoonist, and my business background is in freelance and creative work, and Twitch became a part of that workflow in 2019 for me, and so I haven't left since. I love live streaming my art processes, making merch, just designing and animating things, and I love making silly things, and so now I'm just on the pathway to keep doing it and making it everyone's business.
Thank you.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Yay! Hi everyone. My name is Aretha Greatrix, but I go by Simply Aretha, and I recently changed my name to Simply Aretha TV on Twitch and on YouTube because I couldn't get my name Simply Aretha on YouTube for a whole messy reason. But um, yeah, it's more to do with YouTube. But yeah, I am a business owner. I have a production company, and I have been a business owner since, well, technically I became part of the business owner in 2024, but the business technically, not 2020, 2014, but technically the business started in December of 2013. And yeah, so I used to have business partners, but now it's just me. And yeah, I've been making films and creating content ever since. And through my accountant, was told you should be running everything through your business, including your streaming stuff, because my taxes were ridiculous at one point, and my accountant was like, everything should go through your business. But yeah, the way businesses and like just owning companies actually works in filmmaking is slightly different, but I do have this standard business that I kept. And so most of my work, including all my contract work, goes through this business. So yeah, that has been me.
Hi guys, my name's Mousy May. I'm a streamer on Twitch and I also multi-stream on the Timmy Talk, but Timmy Talk doesn't get it today because we're streaming on Twitch and not Timmy Talk. So, um, I am currently a student at a university and I'm currently getting my bachelor's degree in business administration. I'm not 1000% sure of what I want to do after I get my degree, but I do love business. I grew up watching like HGTV all the time and watching them like do all of their like interior designs and stuff like that. And so it just made me want to do business and I've just loved it ever since.
Heck yeah. I think it's really cool that we have such a wide variety of people in their
Yeah.
stages of life, though.
Amazing.
So agree.
Hmm.
Very cool. All
Ah,
right. Well, I think
man.
we got everybody introduced. Well, I guess we can get started with, what our, backgrounds in business is, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, like how we got started. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, I guess I'll go first. So for me, my background in business really, ever since I was young, I remember just like watching like Shark Tank. That was like my absolute favorite show
Yes.
by far. That was my Friday ritual, no lie.
Hello,
So I'd say that.
sharks.
I'd say that was kind of like the first step for me. Or I guess should I say the first inkling of that I knew that I really liked business related stuff. And then obviously when I was 17, I had a freelance business where I did like transcription writing and I outsourced my own clients. It was like a completely freelance business. Nobody actually taught me how to do it or anything. I don't even really remember how I got into it. I just know that I was just scrolling Twitter one day and I was like, oh, it'd be really cool if I did this. And then I had a bunch of repeat clients. I'm like, I guess this is a business now. And then
Nice.
I just kept going with it. And it was really, really fun because I did a lot for like podcasts and just like medical ones. I remember at one point I got a medical one. I was like, oof, I don't know any of these medical terms, but I didn't tell them I didn't know any of them. So I spent the entire night just like researching. And I was like, okay, now I need to learn all these things. But it was crazy enough. I did pick up stuff, so it was worth it. But I ended up doing a few medical ones and then obviously like podcast stuff. And then after that, and then pretty much after that was pretty much just streaming and content creation stuff and got into that, which was a whole whirlwind and a half. And then now currently I do a lot of like UGC brand work for ads, kind of like my passion and one of the things that I'm hoping to do even more so this year. So I'm very, very excited about that. So that's me.
Heck yeah.
Anybody else wants
Um,
to go
Awesome.
next?
I ironically, so my high school had a lot of classes for you to hi Holly. Um my high school had a lot of classes where you could try out things before you went to college so that you didn't waste your money. Which was
That's awesome.
good.
I
Um
wish. I
yeah.
wish.
Yeah. So I actually thought I wanted to do electrical engineering for the longest time. So I took a lot of like engineering like classes in high school and found out I freaking despised it. And I was like, no thanks. But I did know that I really liked the business. They also had a lot of business classes in my high school. And I had been taking some of those because I kind of had an idea that I might want to do accounting and business for a while as well. So I was kind of taking some of those and I was like, okay, I really have been liking these. And they also had an accounting class. So I took one of those and it was the easiest class of my life. I was like, this was the easiest A of my life. And so I took that and then I took like they had accounting too or whatever. Again, super easy A. I actually there's like football players in that class and I would like do stuff in class and the teacher would be like, "All right, my name is Sarah. All right, Sarah, where are you? Where are you at? All right, everyone, you got to catch up to where Sarah's at in the chapter. That's your homework." And I feel like, "Son of a bitch, this is
Dang.
one way for you This is one way for you to make like the entire football team to hate me. Like, what are you trying to do to me, teacher? Uh, so like I never had homework, but that was whatever. So that's how I like found out like, okay, this is how I want to go down this career path. I am uh autistic and neurodivergent, so like doing analytical work is and pattern recognition is like ingrained in me. And so like doing accounting work is literally like up that alley. So I really like that. And like puzzle piecing and figuring stuff out from that aspect. So that's how I kind of got started and got into it. But I will say I only recently figured out the whole autism, neurodivergent, ADHD world. I didn't realize how masked I was until I started Twitch and got into this online world because I literally would be like, "Oh, this is how you're supposed to act." Okay. And I would like a robot go and like be like, "La la la la, this is like what I'll go do." And so I very much was like, all right, for an interview, this is how you dress, this is how you do this, da da da. And like business very much has like structure and this is what you do. And like
Mm-hmm.
for someone who's autistic, that's fine to an extent. Like when you're like used to masking, and now that I'm not, I've unmasked, it's kind of almost a problem. But that's a different thing. But yeah, so that's kind of how I started, got into it. It's a great field to be in, and like understanding the accounting and the finance is huge if you want to be in the business world because it's what helps run every single business. You don't need to be a master in it to be a great business person, but it is huge for you to understand it to do well. But you don't have to be a master just to be able to understand the basics though. It's literally
Love that.
required in every single degree for you to take at least two accounting classes because of how important it is.
Yeah.
I think
Mhm.
I think I've I think I'm taking accounting either this trimester or like next year.
There's like managerial accounting and then there's financial accounting that everyone has
Oh,
to take.
I did that. I already did that. I did that at community
Yeah.
college.
Heck yeah.
I have I oh, I didn't say this in my intro, but I have also been a professor for like 2 years on and
Yo.
off for
That's
accounting.
awesome.
And I taught managerial accounting. So that this is also why I know a lot about the degrees as well. So,
That's
Nice.
great.
but yeah. Anyways,
I got
someone
started
else.
as a hobby. My creative stuff was all purely a hobby in high school. And I've been drawing my whole life, but it wasn't until like late high school that I knew you could profit from it. I was like, "Oh, you can make money drawing pictures. That's kind of cool, I guess." But when you make money, you got to have the paperwork behind it. And so like right out of high school, I researched all the paperwork and was like, "Okay, if I want to be able to sell my work, I'll fill out forms, I guess." I hate filling out forms. I'm not one that loves filling out forms, but everyone was very much like, "You're going to hate the math side of it." Jokes on them, I love math. And so like the math part, I was just like, yeah, no, I don't mind doing math. I don't mind doing quarterly taxes or whatever. That's fine. I'll just keep up with everything. It's all the paperwork that I was like, I don't know what these words mean. So like for like needing help on the math side, I was more like I need help on the word side of everything. But no, like eventually I just kept going freelance, paid per job. It's not as structured as like other business what I do. It's very much like sporadic as jobs come in. But I don't know, it's been so much fun to be able to do it and grow it within services, especially growing within my creative toolbox that I keep growing upon. Um I didn't go to school for any of it though. Do I regret it a little bit? I do regret it a little bit. I wish I could. Even right now, I kind of think about going back and maybe getting like an accounting or any sort of like business certificate just to have that knowledge on my belt. But everything that I've learned business wise has been on the path of doing it, learn as I go kind of way.
Yeah.
Speaking of certificates and stuff, I'm pretty sure they still have it available. It's either Harvard or Yale or one of the Ivy schools provide free classes online for business
Oh,
stuff. And you can
Ooh.
and they'll give you like certificates and stuff. It's not a degree, but like you can get like basic accounting courses and all the freaking education for free. For
no.
free from them.
Hmm.
Sorry, I just think that's important because I think
Yeah.
education is the most important thing to have access to. And when it is free, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
Simply,
feel like
you're
I can.
going to war with your cat right
I
now.
know. He was like, he wants to be here. He doesn't want to be here. I think he just keeps thinking like, I'm just going to distract her. I'm going to go this way because the pizza's over here, and he keeps jumping over here, and I just keep grabbing him each time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's
It's
Harvard.
like
It is Harvard who does the classes
it is.
because
Yeah.
yeah.
I sent someone there who was trying to get a job, but they didn't have experience or anything in project management. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I saw something the other day because I'm on all these mailing lists. And I'm like, I saw this mailing
Yeah.
list, so I sent them there, and then they got a job after that. And I'm like, see,
Nice.
It's huge.
I went and took one of the courses for
Mhm.
not accounting. For
Yeah.
something completely different. I don't remember what it was. And the courses are like helpful. It was like some
Mhm.
other topic that I was like, oh, it'd be nice to read up on this. I think it was like some automation thing or
Mhm.
like learning how to use like Power BI or some
Hmm.
software I
Yeah.
needed to learn.
Mhm.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So I feel like I can kind of piggyback off of that. I was gonna say I am huge on skill building, so I'll kind of go back on my background and then come back on that. So
Yeah.
I didn't go to college either. I kind of started my business mindset from a very young age. I was the type of kid that my creative mind was just like thinking of innovations, random things to make, and like be like, oh, I remember like just rambling with my dad walking down the street one day, being like, a picnic table, but if it did this and it had that, and then if you moved it, it did that. Like, I was just that kind of kid. And then I was very independent as a teenager. And so I wanted to make my own money and learn as many skills as I could. I mentioned briefly my pet sitting business. I started dog sitting, and that turned into like, I became like the local pet sitter and dog sitter. It was great. That became my full time thing. And then when I left high school, when I graduated high school, excuse me, let me reword that. When I graduated high school,
When I
I didn't
dropped
go to
out,
college.
no,
Like, so do this, kids. No, like, don't do that. I didn't go to college mainly because I didn't exactly know what I wanted to do. And it wasn't that I didn't see college useful, I didn't see it as a useful tool for myself at that time. And so I'm like, all right, I'm going to go and intentionally job hop. I'm gonna learn as many skills as I can. I went into the medical field. I did freaking everything: customer service, food. I learned so much just meeting different people and talking to them about their journeys and just going to different conventions in different fields that I was in and just like learning from being in those rooms, just so many different things. And my biggest thing, maybe this is because I'm a Sims player now that I'm saying this out loud, my biggest thing has always just been skill building and then reapplying and just like rinse, repeat. And like one of my biggest things that I do, and I know we'll probably talk about more about like our day in the life later. I carve out just as much time in my day to skill build as much as I do actually freaking working. And like I always try to pick like something throughout the year, like I'll use this as an example. I want to get into voice acting so I can get into video game voice acting. So right now, good chunk of my day is learning voice acting, acting, video games, just all different kinds of things like that. And if I can't actively take like a free Hartford class, because I love those, they're amazing. There's so many freaking topics and courses there. And there's also, it's not even just Hartford, there's so many resources online that are free. If I'm not actively enrolled in one of those, I kind of like, I've done so many at this point, I kind of make my own course. I'm like, I kind of know my goals, and just skill building is just so huge. And I feel like doing that and rinse repeating and like all the things I've learned has brought me to here. And I just feel like it's so great. And like you kind of see everything slowly clicking and coming into place. And it feels like wobbly stepping stones, but then it's like, oh, wait, it's actually building into a really, really cool, like concrete foundation here. And yeah, and I feel like the biggest thing that I told myself in the beginning is that I'm going to fail per se. And I hate freaking saying that word, but you are going to fail. That is like the it's how you learn. And I had that mindset in gaming and when I was an athlete. And I immediately applied that into business. I'm like, that's how I'm going to learn. That's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to start a business. It might not work out. That's completely okay. I'm going to go to this networking event. It might not be the greatest, and that's fine. But I know kind of what to do differently next time. And so I could ramble for forever about it, but we were talking about the skill building, and that's pretty much just been my journey this entire time is skill building, starting a new business per se off of that with a different passion, like my dog sitting business. I love animals. That wasn't working out for me in this current phase of life because I love animals, but I love animals. Their owners sometimes can be a pain. So I'm like, okay, let's go on to the next thing. And rinse repeat. Now I'm here. And for a little bit, I was also doing social media management as well as just like small streamer management, but more so just like helping people build their passions and just helping teaching them kind of things that I've learned thus far and just starting it because that's the whole thing is just starting somewhere.
Mhm.
And so I'm really, really excited now to just take that, apply it into Twitch, rinse, repeat with that, and just help people, whether it's Twitch or it's graphic design or literally anything. It doesn't even have to be Twitch or streaming or gaming related. You can do it. I love seeing people carve their way in any industry and seeing that they don't have to just get a job and do something because society says so. You can take what you love and make a career out of it one way or another. I'm gonna cut myself off. I could talk forever.
No, I think
I
that's
would
actually
say,
really good though. Like pivoting is so important, especially in business, right? Like things can change in one industry. For 1 minute, you think you got it going on, and the next minute is not really. So
Yes.
having that skill of pivoting is so important. And
Yeah.
especially with, I know there was a topic in the chat about like the AI, especially in like accounting and
Ooh.
stuff. I know pivoting is probably extremely important with that too. I wanted to pose this question really quick to the people that are currently in this call right now that have that experience. Like, how do you guys see that stuff with AI and pivoting and all that?
before I go down that route, I just want to say for failure is actually necessary to grow because
Mhm.
without failure, like if you just succeed all the time, you don't like you're just like cool, great. Like you don't know what
Hmm.
to do better next time. So like
It's
Yeah.
learning experiences.
it's good.
It's so
It's good to fail.
Yeah.
necessary.
Yeah.
It's good
It's
to fail.
Um,
necessary.
could
So
we finish like how we got into the
yeah,
business stuff
I was
and
gonna
then
say
move
I
on
think
to the
some.
topic of AI?
Yeah, I was like before we go into AI, I think someone maybe one or two people still needed to go.
I was like, I could rant for like ever about
Yeah.
AI.
I'm
Uh,
excited to hear that.
I think it's simply and then me, and then we
Yeah,
can.
that's what
yeah.
I thought.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I didn't want
Yeah.
to say one. I didn't want to say and be wrong.
Yeah, so how I got into business, I think like most people, I actually didn't take anything in business. It's just happened to be that a lot of the work that I did required me to have a business. My first certificate that I ever did in school was digital and interactive media. I actually wanted to be a web designer back in the day. Speaking of AI, so I'll basically come back to that later. But then to be like a freelance uh web designer person, like you basically had to own a business. And so I was like, I didn't know anything about business. And then I tried to get a business loan. And then they were like, well, you don't have enough education or experience in business. So then I was like, okay. So I went back to school and then I got a degree and I was like, what do I get a degree in? And then I got a degree in communications and professional writing. And it was in there that I was like, oh, I really like writing. And I actually was really good at technical writing, like creating manuals, because I'm really good at like understanding how to break things down in a step-by-step instruction. And so people were like, that's the hardest route to take. And I was like, it was like the easiest one for me. But again, like it's not really like unless you work for a big company who does technical writing or writing manuals, like uh it's not like it's a really in demand thing, but they usually hire like English degree students, which is funny. Same thing with communication. They always hire English students to be in communications. And it's like, okay, so my communications degree, I'm just fighting with the English students. um, and then I went back to school and I got a master's in communication and technology. And I just finished like a couple years ago. And so like during this whole time, I was doing things, I was being a filmmaker, I was doing writing, and all my projects required me to have a business. And even the corporation that I own now only became a corporation because we applied for a grant and the requirement was you had to have a corporation. So then we had a corporation and we actually didn't make any money off our first project, but we had this corporation that we just, filed a tax return that was so easy because it was like 000. And then one year I made like $100,000 on 2 film project grants that I had. And I was like, and then it was like, okay, now you need to do your taxes. And I looked at it going, huh? And then finally I was like, I need an accountant. And so then, and the accountant was just as expensive. But to be honest, when I tried to do my taxes myself with that corporation, I owed like 6 grand. Even though I paid like the accountant almost like 1,500, my accountant got that 6 grand down to $150. Like, I was like,
Dang.
money were spent. You know what I mean? Like, I obviously had no idea what I was doing. So, I think in business, it's like there's so many things you can do yourself, which is great. But sometimes when you're at that level, when you have to do like, especially these big grants and things, like I got a lot of money for these projects and you have to be accountable for them. And so, having that accountant like really helped me, and knowing when there's things you don't know how to do yet and there's things you don't have to do. You can hire other people to do these things.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's how I started in business.
My dad does my taxes.
Heck
yeah.
As a college student, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I will tell you, as a CPA, how much I want to throw things at my best friend who doesn't freaking come to me about
Mhm.
their streaming and just files their taxes and still pays taxes on their streaming when I dang well know that they shouldn't be, because I know how much they spend and I know what they can deduct. And I'm like, I will do your taxes. You are my best friend. I will actually help you do your taxes. I do not say that because I don't do taxes. I am not a CPA that do taxes, because fun fact, not all
Taxes.
CPAs do taxes. This is how passionate I am about it. But I do know tax law, and I know how you can deduct things to do exactly what you're talking about, to go
Mhm.
from the 6,000 down to the 500 or whatever you said.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And I like literally my best friend is like, I only paid. I'm like, no, I would have gotten you a refund. Like, listen to me. Like,
Yeah.
I am so mad at you right now that you literally did not let me help you with your tax refund.
Yeah.
Return. I am so mad. And he's like, next year I'll let you help me. And then he did it this year, and
Valid. People don't understand that everything is a write-off. Like
Yeah.
literally,
Literally,
Anything and
if
everything can be a
Mhm.
write-off.
this is general tax
Mhm.
advice, so you cannot use this against me. This is general tax advice. But your decor for your stream room is a write-off.
Mhm.
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 I
Everything.
didn't know about that.
Mhm.
No, like apply everything
The
in your life
the
to your
gay.
business. Like I've
Mhm.
had dinners with friends that I turned business, and it's a business center.
Yeah.
It's a write-off.
Yeah,
The game
if
you
you're-
purchased
yeah.
to play on stream for your content creation,
write-off,
that's a
easy.
write-off.
That's easy.
Mhm.
Mhm.
But like the streaming room decor thing, most people don't know that. So like
Mhm.
that was the biggest one that I told my friend. I'm like, all those figurines that you buy that you put in your like glass
Mhm.
case that sits in the background of your stream room, write off. And he was
Mhm.
like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, that's why you should not be paying any taxes on your dang money, because I
Mhm.
know you spend more money on your dang figurines than you make on Twitch. And I was like, I know how much you spend on those things.
Mhm.
And it's just like,
No, that's fair.
Crazy how much that counts.
wardrobe, if you exclusively use it for Twitch and nothing else, that one has to be very specific.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I'm answering
Mhm.
chat's question.
No, you're good. You're
So,
totally good.
But yeah.
Mine is an interesting thing. Everybody in chat has got to buckle up. Buckle up and grab some popcorn because we're
Ready.
gonna be here for a hot second.
Well, I'm ready.
So, from what I've always can remember, I've always been put in a like a leadership role, and And I've always just been that person that like naturally lights up a room. I've been told so many times it's like, oh, like especially in like at the workplace, they're like, "Oh, you weren't here yesterday and it was kind of boring." And I was like, "What?" It was kind of boring. So like I've always been told that I am that light that comes into the room. I am the good vibes, I'm the positive energy, I am this, which has naturally gotten me into like leadership roles. From like what I can remember, I've always been the leader in group projects. Um I was team captain of a robotics team when I was in middle school. And then in high school, I was the competitive cheerleading team captain for 2 years in a row. So wait, 2 years? 3 years in a row. My bad. 3 years in a row. So my sophomore, junior, and senior year, I was team captain. And that has always naturally found me. Originally, I wanted to go into interior architecture and design. I know, ban me, sue me. Sorry. Business was not my first thought. um, I originally wanted to go into interior architecture and design, and then the Fire Nation, aka COVID-19, attacked. Um, and I got the Delta variant of COVID-19, which was the original
Oh,
variant of COVID-19 that literally messed with everyone's bodies. So after that, I went through like a whole full on diagnosis process to try and diagnose me for what the heck is wrong with me, basically. There's no other better way to say that. For what the heck was wrong with me. And they found out that I have COVID induced fibromyalgia, COVID induced permanent brain and muscle damage. My mental health, like my severe anxiety and depression, got a whole lot worse. And then I've always had symptoms of ADHD, but after I had COVID, it was like very apparent that I have ADHD. And so I had to navigate through all that. And I found out that, like, hey, maybe I shouldn't do this because I really suck at math now. Like, I'm a horrible test taker now. Remembering things is really hard for me. So I decided to switch and go with business. And I haven't regretted it at all. Like, I love group projects. I just finished a class called Entrepreneurial Mindset. Entrepreneurial, I can't, whatever the word. Yeah. Anyways.
entrepreneurial mindset.
Mindset, which is basically how to start up your own business in the real world, being an entrepreneur. And I was a leader of that too. And I've had so many experiences in the workforce. Like I had a internship with human resources of a company, and I got to lead my own 10-week project, which is super fun. And but there's also times where I have also stepped back. Like being a leader also means that you have to step back and like chill out and like listen to other people too. It's just not about you. Um it's not just about you. You work on a team. You guys are a team. If something ain't working, you guys got to talk it out. One of the things that I always, especially because I came back to assistant coach cheerleading after I graduated high school, because of that, we always told our cheerleaders, whatever happens on the mat happens on the mat. If there's something that's not working, y'all need to talk it out. Y'all need to figure it out, you know? And so that's the kind of mindset that I bring when it comes to a team. Like whatever happens on that mat, it doesn't just have to like stay on the mat. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like you guys need to like talk it out and need to work it out. And that's such a problem with people in today's society. They don't want to talk things out. They don't want to work things out. They just want to be done and just be like, "No, I hate you now. Be done." And it's like, "No, you can't do that in a leadership role. You
Fades
can't
into
do that."
existence.
And it's like you can't do that in a leadership role. But I forgot to say this in my intro, but I did graduate. I did graduate last year with my associate's degree in business. And through that degree, I got a business and I work now. I got a job, not a business. I was like, wait a minute. I got a job, which I'll go into more about like the day life and stuff like that. So mine was very much so my life was going in the complete other direction. Like I wanted to do like competitive cheerleading all throughout college and university. Like I was hoping to get a scholarship to like my world just got turned flipped upside down, and I gotta like build myself back up and like do all the stuff. My business stuff is not really like towards streaming. I love streaming and I would love to make a career out of streaming. I know that like that would be like my absolute dream job. But I also know that the payment for a business when starting up streaming and paying all the stuff, it doesn't always pay the bills, and it's and it's not really reliable. It's not really a reliable source of income. So I'm kind of using my I'm using both. I'm using my degrees both to try to up my content creation, but also get into the workforce and also build up from there. Because I love streaming. I love it so much. But I know that it's not, sometimes it will not pay the bills.
Brenna,
That's my yep. Oh my gosh, another cat.
in the boat.
I was
In
trying
the
not to
boat.
interrupt.
There's a cat in the boat.
Yeah,
I was
'cause-
trying.
yeah, in the
Oh my
boat.
gosh,
It
is
hopped in. It hopped from the bridge above while we were going under it in the
Oh,
canal. You
gotcha.
know?
Is it a
Yeah.
gray tabby?
I caught that. I was like, "There's a cat in the boat now."
I was in a boat, so then when you wrote that in the chat, I was like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Brenna. I do have a dog. Give me 1 second. Myra,
I
come
saw your dog earlier too. I was
here.
like,
I know she's
"Oh."
a cutie pie. Come here, sweetheart.
Oh.
So literally an animal
My
rescue.
dog's camera
Yes.
shy.
Come
My
here,
my
sweetie.
cat is an
Yeah.
animal rescue.
My
but-
cat
Yeah,
hates
come
coming
here.
upstairs.
Come here,
Yeah.
sweetie.
Imagine
Um,
the
Give me,
void right here.
give me 2 seconds. Moira, come here.
I don't even-
Uppies.
Oh, wait, actually my
Uppies.
cat is here. That's
Oh my
that's
god.
my thick boy.
Aww.
Alright,
He
welcome
brought
to our
you a
pet
buddy.
break.
There
right?
we go.
Yeah, your cat break.
Like a pet
Imagine
break.
flying
Yeah.
right
But
then.
yeah, that's Moira. Oh, there she goes.
Amazing.
She's
So
gone.
cute. So cute.
So I would agree.
Okay, anyway, sorry.
No, you're good.
No, you're
May,
chilling.
with the streaming part, like I would love to do streaming full time, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's so volatile. I think I spelled
Mhm.
volatile right in chat. Just don't judge my spelling.
Mhm.
But literally that's why I started my business this year for bookkeeping. Is that's something that I'm only like a month in, and I have like one client, and like if I can get to 10 clients, I can quit my full-time job and just do bookkeeping. And then bookkeeping does not take that much hours, fun fact. And I know how to use automation so that it could take even less hours. So then and I could do my hours whenever I want and not have to do 9 to 5. So then I could actually do content creation. And so then ow, fuck you, Oscar. Ow.
Mhm.
He decided to bite me.
Oh.
He was like, I don't want attention anymore. Anyways, so that was my way of solving what you're talking about, of it
Mhm.
not being like a reliable source of income. Is like I need
Mhm.
something that I can still get a reliable source, and then maybe do content creation. And then if I get content creation to a level that actually is reliable, then either A, keep the other one and have just 2 great sources, or B, I'll just
Mhm.
ditch the non-fun one. But
Yeah.
so I totally feel that.
Mhm.
So I don't know if
Yeah, I
anyone
agree.
else does, but I don't know
Yeah,
if we
for
want to go
sure.
I
to
definitely agree. I definitely agree. For me, at least,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
kind of why I've been focusing a lot for doing ads for brands. Because ideally, for me, I know that streaming isn't the end all be all, and I feel like that's kind of one big mistake that I made a few years ago, was thinking, oh yeah, I could just definitely keep going with it. Because at least in my case,
Mhm.
back in the beginning of COVID, I got this sweet, sweet taste of it, right? So it felt so good. And I'm like, oh, this is great. I'm having a good time. It's gonna last forever. And then it doesn't, right? So I think, in the
Mhm.
last few years, I've been just thinking a lot more about it and how to pivot, and whether
Yeah.
it's, doing other stuff within the space or even just outside of it that are relatively adjacent. So it's still fun for me. So I think
Yeah.
finding that balance between that kind of pivot helps a lot when it comes to
Mhm.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
I
All
think you meant
right.
to reply to the other person, but
Uh,
anyways,
Oh, oops, I
Oh.
definitely did. My bad. Chat moved.
yeah,
Oh
I know.
do we want to
It
go
just
back
made me
to
laugh.
do we want to go back
Yes,
to the
let's
AI
go.
the AI
Yeah,
question?
yeah.
Does anyone want to start or
I can start
okay.
since
Go
it
ahead.
was directed on the fact that accounting is gonna be obsolete, and I was like, no, it's not. So I think the biggest misconception is that accounting is black and white, and it is not.
Mhm.
It is like so not that every day of my job is literally talking to people about gray situations over and over and over again. Like, I
Mhm.
don't do journal entries every day. Like, as much as people, that's what bookkeeping, that's the business that I am literally opening is journal entries. And even that, yes, like the, um, you have like the, it's not AI.
Mhm.
It's not like, hello,
I think we just got a
readers.
raid.
I'm going to pause.
Welcome, Raiders.
Everyone.
I got
Hey, it
2
looks like
raids
we
and now
got
we're getting like
yeah.
hella raids and I
I
was
Yeah.
was
like,
gonna say, what
what's
is
happening?
We're
happening?
getting,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
hold on. This is what my camera does
We're
when I get
getting
ready.
hella friends
Oh.
in.
Hi,
Oh, I said I
everyone.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi everyone,
I
welcome
don't even know who
Mhm.
in.
rated me because there's so many. Hi, Sushi, who rated me. Thank you for the raid,
Hi,
Sushi. I was like, I don't know
Spicy.
who rated me because
Hi,
there's
Emma.
so
Thank
many
you
out
so
of
much
this
for
Mhm.
the
raid.
raids. Let me give you guys
For
a
the sake
Thank you,
follow.
everyone, for the raids. That's what I'm gonna
Yeah.
say because there's
Yep.
so many.
Holy cow. I was like, what is going on with the chat? Am I getting follow
Yeah.
botted?
I was thinking the same thing. I was
Yeah.
like, is this new? Is Raid like spamming a thing? But then I was like, oh no, you guys look familiar. Hi.
Yes.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. And you're coming into the great conversation because we were just had a question
Yeah.
about AI. So we're going to talk about AI in our industries.
Just
So
in time.
yes.
Yes.
Oh, the mental health
Yeah.
one. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, welcome on
Oh my
over.
Yes.
Thank
gosh.
you.
We love mental
We
health.
love
We
mental
love
health.
mental
We
health.
love mental
It's
Mhm.
health.
not right, but whatever.
Yes.
I'm really bad at doing this.
Oh.
It's like this.
Oh, the little
This.
finger clap.
This. I'm always like, nope, this isn't right. This isn't right. This is.
I'm always like,
Anyways,
baby shark. Yeah.
Big. Oh God. Anyways,
Yes.
um, we came in because someone in chat asked or commented saying that AI was going to make accounting obsolete, and I work in accounting. Just to give everyone a background, so that's
Mhm.
what we are talking about.
Okay.
Accounting is not black and white, is what I said, because it's not.
Mhm.
But there is a lot of technology being used right now to help you not do the manual entries. Yes, which isn't. I wouldn't say it's like the AI that like everyone hates AI, where it's like like art
Mhm.
stealing kind of AI. It's like it's a bot where it does a journal entry that takes no thinking per se. I genuinely actually really love that there is stuff like that because I don't want to be like, all right, 1+1, move this from here to here. That stuff is great because we literally don't have enough time in the day to be able to do all that stuff. Um, but there is so much more to accounting than that. Like most of my time is creating reports, putting things in the right buckets to help the
Mhm.
business owners like be able to look at, hey, is this product profitable? If it's not, why is it not profitable? How can we make it more profitable? Should we just not sell it anymore? Like, are those the discussions we need to be having? Or is it this customer is not profitable? Why is this customer not profitable? Do we need to just cut them? Or should we have a discussion with them? There's like so many other things you're doing in accounting besides like what like journal entries are, which is what people I think is the job, and that's why they think AI is going to make it obsolete. And like AI can help us put things in places so that we can get numbers quicker, but also they don't know where to put things without us. So it's not going to make my job obsolete at all. It actually just makes my job easier, but it still also sucks because it gets things wrong all the time.
Mhm.
Cuz we do use it at work and it sometimes pisses me off because it
Mhm.
doesn't do the right things.
I,
Anyway,
No,
I
I feel like that's a really good point though. Like
mhm.
technology, even though it helps people, like, it's definitely can't replace humans in that sense. And if anything, I would
yeah.
just say the skill set changes, right? That there'll probably be more
Yeah.
people that need to know that skill rather than people who don't, right? Or that might give you an edge in that specific place, right? So
Mhm.
I think that's a
Yeah.
definite reminder to people that they should remember that.
Mhm.
Evolves the industry more than anything. Like, yes, it has eliminated some jobs because there are these roles that were below like my level per se called like technicians, which were people that got like associate degrees and they were doing the manual work of like entries and stuff. So it has like slowly eliminated those roles. It was not overnight, and it was like those people didn't necessarily get fired. They just like my company was very good about it of like um provided funds for them to get education to then
Mhm.
go up the ladder. So like a lot of businesses are like, well, we do still need people up the ladder, so like they're not necessarily just cutting people either. And there's so many people that are needed in accounting that it's like there's so many open roles in accounting that like that's why people aren't necessarily in the industry scared of AI and accounting because we constantly I have too much work at work. Like I have way too much work at work. So like
Mhm.
no one's necessarily in the accounting industry being like, "Ah, my job is not going to exist." No, we're not really scared of that. We're
I think on the opposite end too, I think the challenges could also be is because it is automating so many things, it's taking away some of the menial tasks. So because there's not these menial tasks, it's like, oh, now you can do more because some of the things that you were being caught up on, AI can do
yeah.
those. And so now instead of doing 2 clients, you can do 5 clients because AI has done
Yeah.
these things. So really it's also about creating more work for people and hiring less people to do the same jobs because they're like, it's fine because we took these things off your plate. When it was like, no, actually, you should have taken those things off my plate with AI and also still kept the people hired. So they're not working ourselves into like early graves or things like that, but it's not.
Mhm.
Companies are taking it at like, we'll just hire less people to do the work because we've lessened how much work you have to do. But and we're gonna
Yeah.
give you more work
Yeah.
because now you have less
Yeah, that's
work.
the part. No, that's
They
totally fair.
Mhm,
yeah, they definitely get in that cycle too.
mhm,
As much as I yell at them, I'm like, you know,
Same.
you remember how I had this list before and you were telling me to get all this list done? You took things away. Just it doesn't mean you
Hmm.
fire the people so that I get back the list. Like you wanted me to
Yep.
get the whole list. You got rid of things with AI so I could get to the list.
mhm,
Yeah.
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 Insanity.
Yeah.
Um,
So
is it okay if I go next?
yes,
mhm.
yeah. Go, go, go.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Me. Sorry.
sorry.
You sounded like oh my god, what's the one where we go find trash in the game and
Repo?
it's a bug? Repo, not Repo.
No.
The first one, Lethal Company.
Oh.
There's the bug in Lethal
Oh.
Mm.
Company that goes. Anyways,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Um, so I'm gonna talk about what I have learned about AI from somebody who is currently seeking her bachelor's degree. This is what I have learned while being at university. There is a right and wrong way to use AI, and it's not a loss of human creativity or empathy in decision making if you use AI correctly. So, prompts. So when you prompt AI, you're not just like, "Oh, like, what's the answer to this? What's the answer to this?" It's like I use AI a lot for tutoring myself how to do math because I'm not as math savvy as I used to be. So I'll be like, "Hey, this is the problem that I have for homework and I don't understand it. Could you explain it to me?" it'll walk me through step by step on how to solve that problem. I've also used it. I've also have taken a part in class where we have literally talked about AI, and he literally, like, my professor literally gave us the breakdown about how to use a prompt, how to like prompt AI to
Mhm.
not just give you the answers, and it prompts you to still use your critical thinking. So instead of it being like, AI, give me some answers to this, you could be like, hey, I am a student who is working on an essay discussing AI, discussing AI in the workplace. What are some good resources that you can navigate me to? That's still like involves critical thinking. And then also, sorry, my brain just farted.
Real, you're good. Take your
And
time.
so there
Thinking
is a right
AI.
and wrong way to use AI. I fully, hands down,
Mhm.
1000% believe it. And even I have misused AI a couple times. It comes with a learning curve, honestly. Oh, we just got heckin'
I think
raids.
another
I'll
panel is
see.
yeah, I think another
Mhm.
It's
panel
the other
probably just
panels.
ended.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll chill for a second. We'll chill for a second.
Hello,
Let
Mhm.
Raiders.
everybody
Thank
come
you
in
for
here.
Everyone.
coming
Hi.
in.
And thanks for
Hi,
all the cross
Raiders.
follows happening.
Welcome.
Love
Yes,
it.
thank you,
Hello,
thank
Hi,
you.
Raiders. Hi,
hi.
Welcome,
Raiders.
everybody.
It's my other
Mental health
friend.
Hello.
panel. Let's go.
Hello,
I
Raiders.
missed you guys. It's good to
Excuse
see
me.
you.
Mhm.
Oh, is it your panel?
Yeah.
Oh, caffeinated card. Hi.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. We were just talking about AI in the workplace. I'm talking about things that I have
Mhm.
personally learned while
Hi,
being
Jay.
Mhm.
educated in university. I won't say which university I'm going to though. I don't want to dox myself.
Mhm.
Ha.
Yeah, please don't.
What was I talking about? ADHD.
Oh, you were talking about
How you,
yeah.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you were just saying like how there's a right and wrong way and how using prompts helps you. Is that ringing a bell?
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I remember now. Sorry.
It's okay.
I remember now. I remember now.
Didn't
It's
either.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, what other things that we have learned as well is that AI, as far as like people doing jobs, like if there's like a people to people job, like human resources and stuff like that, there's no way, or like receptionists, there's no way that AI can replace like a person to person job or person to person parts about a job. AI cannot replace that. And a lot of people have fears about AI, and I understand in the art industry, absolutely, like you guys are getting slammed. You guys are getting absolutely slammed with fake AI art, and it's so incredibly saddening to see. On the other side of other businesses like accounting or marketing or finance, people have actually made AI chatbots to people have actually made like an AI bot to basically be like, "Hey, I need this form." And the AI chatbot will send like the downloadable form that you need. I actually got to experience in one of my classes not last trimester, but the trimester before, because my trimester just ended. The trimester before, I actually got to have my own experience in creating my own AI chatbot, and it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Um, I think it was, what was it, through Microsoft Copilot, and so I made mine be a
Mhm.
study guide. I made mine be a study guide for one of my finals because it was math and I suck at math. Um, but yeah, that was really interesting. And then there's also, I'm I'm interested because I know AI has gone in a couple of different ways, especially with Discord wanting to use AI. So I'm curious to see all the
Mhm.
ethical laws there will be about AI in the upcoming future.
Wait, I didn't know Discord wanted to use AI. What are they using it for?
Mhm.
They're
Aren't they
wanting to
used?
use
Go ahead.
AI. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
Oh, okay. Oh, we just got another raid. Discord is wanting to use
Hi,
AI
Raiders.
to verify people's identity. And
Mhm.
there's an ethical problem with that because AI, artificial intelligence is something that learns. And
Mhm.
so it's like, oh, we're programming to forget people's IDs after a certain amount of days. Where it's like, how can you ethically guarantee that it's going to be deleted within those days? They're also using AI to like basically see like, oh, is this person to see like by
Mhm.
the way that they chat if this person's like over the age of 18 or not. And
Wow.
so there's also like that whole spark of debate. Like ethically, how can you
Mhm.
full on tell by the way somebody's
Mhm.
messaging if they're an adult or not?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And so that's
Especially
where
with
there's a
different
lot of
texting
ethical
styles. Yeah.
debates.
Yeah.
Mhm. And
Yeah, I
I'll
think
jump
AI.
in.
Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. No, good.
I already talked. You go.
Okay. I'll talk from a creative point of view with AI. I'm very against generative AI. It's not really ethically sourced at all. It
However, I
steals a
clap.
lot. Yeah. However, we baby shark. um, but yeah, like I very much do not encourage. I do not enjoy the presence of generative AI. It is killing a lot of jobs in the illustrative industry. It's killing a lot of jobs in the animation industry, and it's for money purposes, primarily. Big surprise. Everyone wants to save money having a computer make things for them instead of humans, which is wild because
Crazy.
I think creativity is so great when it comes from a human heart at the core. And so it's just really tough because yeah, there's so many things in the technological side, health, science, everything that yes, AI would be so great if they were utilized and engineered to assist those. But when it comes to creativity, what? It's like what are
Mm-hmm.
a robot?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's fine. And it's
Yeah.
gotten to a point where like I'm very grateful that I'm where I'm at right now. Like I have jobs booked. I thankfully like have my illustrative career that's going okay. You know, like sometimes I do feel threatened by it, but I've had meetings where people come in with concept art and they're like, "Oh, I generated this all in AI. I want this done by you." And it's like, "Oh, okay, hold on." So it's stuff like that where it has seeped into my workflow from people, and it's like I don't, that's not what I work with, that's not what I do. It's not, none of this was made by a streamline of human creativity. So it's at my point I'm like it's not ethical. It's built off of stolen art from every platform where people are have their data centers like just gobbling up everyone's art that they're posting online and just mixing it up and throwing it back out there. So it's a bit tough on the creative generative side of AI
Mhm.
to just see it get better, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I don't know. I want to see some kind of just regulation of it if it's going to be done that way, licensing,
Yeah.
anything like that. But of course, when money's the core, it's hard to get hopeful about it.
Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
get regulation. I
Mhm.
agree.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm. No, I
Yeah.
also agree. I've heard some art sides. I even have you guys also got those Discord DMs where it's like, "Hi, I do graphic designs," and then they like send you their
Uh,
stuff and it's all AI
Yeah.
generated stuff.
Yeah.
Oh
they don't
my
send
Yes.
me
god, those
none because I
people
go block.
piss me off.
Yeah.
Those
Yep.
people piss me off.
Yeah.
Me
Anyways,
too.
Absolutely.
Quick
Mhm.
trigger.
Especially with
Honestly,
bot replies too.
Mhm.
yes, I was just gonna say, I honestly sat back. I knew you ladies were gonna cook with this topic. You were gonna say everything and more that I could think of. I knew it. And I could not agree more, and I could not say it better myself. I'd say the only
Mhm.
way I ever feel threatened by AI, I mentioned it a little earlier, how I like intentionally job hop and skill build and stuff like that. And I
Mhm.
mentioned how I want to learn voice acting and get into acting, and like how I would like to use streaming as a gateway for my down the road career, whether it's direction, production, whatever I want to get into. I do see how it's somewhat threatening in that sense. I'm a
Mhm.
firm believer that AI it's a tool. It should not be advancing any more than a tool, other than just a tool that's getting better, as
Mhm.
if like a hammer evolving over time, to be honest.
Hmm.
So I do think people abuse it like they abuse any new thing or anything ever.
Fuck.
Um
Sorry.
I'm
so
sorry. That
yeah.
scared me.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with everything you're all saying. I think
Mhm.
it's completely obvious when people are lazy and
Mhm.
they overuse AI, and I think it says a lot about them, their brand, whatever.
Mhm.
It's a complete turn off for a lot of people and they don't even realize it. I hate when I see like I just saw this recently, so it's fresh in my brain, like a tattoo banner, and it's the most obvious freaking
Oh,
AI ever. And it's just like, you're an artist. You're an
yeah.
artist and you couldn't just write your name on a banner. Like Like, it drives me insane. I hate seeing laziness within AI. It's a fantastic tool. Like Moosey said, it's it's how you use it. You have to write your prompt properly to make sure that you're not going to get outsmarted by an AI. And like it's also knowing that when you get a response back, it's how you take that and what you take from it, and not just copying it and pasting it and not even taking the quotes out.
Yeah.
Like it triggers me in that sense. And for me, I guess I'm just getting used it's not even getting used to. I'm very used to riding the waves and going with the flows of things that change and things that are evolving. And for me, I'm just kind of watching to see, well, let's not show our cat butts on stream. Anyways, sorry. Trying to make it an only cat stream. Just
Mhm.
trying to start a business over here. Opportunist cat.
Is it?
She's like, we don't need AI. But yeah, I don't know. It's
Mhm.
just you guys, you said everything
Yeah.
perfectly. I felt like I wanted to touch a little bit on just
Yeah.
laziness with AI and how triggering it is.
Yeah.
You were so
feel like this
close. It's
It
mousy. It's mousy, not moosey.
Oh.
The second I said it wrong, I knew I said it wrong, and I was like, now I don't want to make it a thing that I
I
said your name wrong. I was
literally
like, shh. I knew I said. I'm sorry. It was my stutter.
Mhm.
I knew it.
I was like responding to chat to like just welcome the Raiders, and I was like, who the fuck is Moosey? Like I was like,
It was
I was like,
totally my
man,
bad, and I was like,
like
ah.
I was like half like, cause like
Mhm.
ADHDing a little,
Mhm.
and I was like, that must be one of their community
Yeah.
members. Like my brain was like,
No, I
yeah.
know. I talked so fast, and I was like so far down my thought process, but by the time I caught up, I was like, wait,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm
No,
sorry.
you're so good. I've been
Thank you for
called
the correction
moosey
because it
like
is
all the
so
time, and
yes,
so I'm used to being like, it's mousy.
yes, as you should.
You're okay. You did not offend me. Like my IRL name
Yeah.
is butchered all the time too.
Same, same. And then I
Literally
decided to make it
Yeah.
my stream name too.
Literally, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Mousy, but I'm not quite sure. So I said May earlier. I was like, I'm just gonna skip over it. Like that was my
Wow.
solution.
Livia, did
Real.
you get a chance to go to talk about the AI stuff
I already did.
as
I
well?
wanted to say really
Oh,
quickly because I know we were
yeah.
talking about like the AI stuff with
Yeah.
all that stuff. I was thinking a lot about how it can be used for a lot of deception in business. Is what I've also noticed. I think that
Mhm.
especially, at least from what I've seen on like places like even on TikTok, like I know a lot of people got their TikTok business going on, and especially when it comes to like selling courses and like the whole, I guess,
Mhm.
digital pyramid scheme of things, it's so easy
Mhm.
for people to just give people
Mhm.
misinformation or just surface level information
Mhm.
when in the guise of helping people out, which I
Mhm.
feel like is something that people don't ever really talk about, and I wish more people did because the
Mhm.
amount of times where I'll just be watching something or I'm like, hey, I want to learn on something or learn a new skill, and then I'll look later and I'm like, oh, this is great, this is really helpful, and then it gets to the end of the video and it's like, yeah, so like here's my course, so like come buy the rest of it, and I'm just like, I was literally like in the middle of trying to learn how to do this thing. So I
Mhm.
just feel like, like where is that line for people? I feel because I
Mhm.
feel like it's kind of getting blurred, really, and I feel
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
if you want to learn
Mhm.
something, how much is too much when it comes to like a paywall when it comes
Mhm.
to that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
Sorry.
I wanna the tricking part. I
Mhm.
actually got tricked at GDC. I was so mad at myself.
Mhm.
Um, it was by Amazon. Um,
Freaking
no,
Amazon.
freaking Amazon. They had a little thing, and I went up there, and I was like, oh, go see what they're doing. And they had a little arcade thing. They had an actual like arcade machine. So I
Mhm.
thought it was an actual video game. Just
Yeah.
like whatever. And they gave me this like little coin thing and then blah blah blah. And they're like, "Yeah, can you go make a profile?" And I was like, "Oh, so you guys just have us make our own little avatars to play with." Oh, okay, cool. No, they were using AI for us to answer questions to make our own arcade video game. And I was like, "I hate this. I'm already here and I can't like without like burning so many bridges.
Mhm.
Cannot just get up and be like, fuck you and AI, like and walk away. Pardon my French.
Mhm.
But like I was like, oh no, I just got so tricked. Like, cause they didn't say anything about AI or anything, and I was like,
Mhm.
ah. But
That's
like
true. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was just like, oh my God. Like, I mean, it was only made for like 2 seconds. Like, it doesn't
Mhm.
really exist. But I was like, are you kidding me? So like they were like demoing this where you answer like 4 questions of like what kind of like arcade game do you want to do? Do you want to do like a Mario platformer kind of thing? Do you want to do like a shooter kind of like Space Invaders, or like there was like two other ones that I don't remember. And then it was like, what kind of backgrounds do you want? You want like pretty and like those kind of
Mhm.
questions. And then it would make one. And then you like took the chip and you scanned it on their arcade like game. And then it would like bring up the game you made by answering that, aka AI made. And I was like, I hate this. I hate this so much because first off, like it's AI just making some of the pictures you were like, oh my God, this is so AI.
Oh
And
no.
then secondly, like there are so many games that are made by like actual devs that are so good. And this is just like
Yeah.
trash.
Flop.
Like one
Garbage.
person made one and it was like it gave you uh indestructible for like 20 seconds. It took you 5 seconds to run the whole like level and you
Mhm.
get indestructible for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't make any
Mm.
sense.
So sloppy. That's sad.
So
Yeah.
talking about
It feels so
trickiness.
predatory sometimes too in those senses
Yeah.
and ways too.
Right?
But
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Totally.
anyways,
Um.
I think we
Also,
could probably go on. Or sorry, go ahead.
Well,
oh, I was gonna say I
just
put in the chat, but like AI generated scams
yeah.
where
Mhm.
like
Oh.
Yeah.
you're starting to see them in your emails where people are
Mhm.
posting like flyers and stuff, and you can tell it's obviously AI generated.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I didn't get a chance to go, so I just quickly want to
Oh,
touch on
I
what you
thought you did.
said.
I'm so
No,
sorry,
because
Lisa.
I talked about what you I was yeah I jumped on what you had said, but
Hey, so
yeah,
sorry.
that's okay. I just wanted to say specifically for the film industry specifically. I guess before we even get there, AI to me is because I speak in metaphors or analogies. I'm like, to me, AI right now is like a toddler. You can tell a toddler to clean up their toys, but you can't ask them to clean the house. You still need to help them.
Mhm.
Like you have to clean the house, but they can help you clean up the toys, you know? And that's where the intellectual level is right now. Like it's not there yet. It still needs that human interaction. So yeah, because I have used AI in some ways to try some things. I don't do the image things, but I do the prompts. And so sometimes I've done the prompts like, oh my God, especially because I also have ADHD. That's why I wrote everything down while y'all were talking so I wouldn't forget. And so like sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I'm trying to say this thing, but what am I saying? And I'll just be like, I'm trying to say this, but this and this, and what am I saying? And then it'll say, oh, this is what you're saying. And it's like so many adjectives. And I'm like, I wasn't asking, I wasn't looking for them to write it, but thank you. Yes, this is what I was trying to say. So then I will take that and then I will rewrite it in my own words of what it is I was trying to say. Cause sometimes I just get like, I get so caught up in my head that I'm like, I'm trying to say this thing, but I don't know how to say it. What am I saying? And then it'll say, I think you're saying this. And then, yeah, again, I'll take that and I'll rewrite it in my own words. I won't take that and put it in there because half the time I'm like, I never talk like that, first of all. And can we like stop using the adjectives? Like, could you just stop with the flowery language?
Yeah.
I just get to the point. And then also like in the film industry specifically, I mean, we see it now more and more, but like there was like video games that were not only were they just disqualified because they used AI, it was that they didn't disclose that they used AI, and it was found out later that they used AI, and it was they weren't disqualified because they used AI. They were disqualified because they didn't disclose it. And so I think that was the difference. So we see that more and more now is that if you are going to use that, you people have the right to know if you used AI or not. So being open and honest about that. If you used it, say you used it. Don't try to pass something off as,
Yeah.
genuine work if you used AI. And
Mhm.
the other thing too is like again, it doesn't have the intelligence level yet to actually do a lot of things. Um, I know I asked it to help me. One time I was like, okay, how would I say this in my language? And it gave me a translation, and I was like, no, but okay, you're giving me this dialect. I speak this dialect. So use this dialect. Okay, this is how you say it. I'm like, no, again, you're using this one. Okay, okay. So then it gave me another translation. I'm like, again, that's not even the word. Because I knew what those words were and I knew what languages they were from the dialects. And I'm like, no, you're still giving me the wrong answer. So it can still only give you so much. It doesn't have the intelligence there. And I think the scary part is that even when we are researching and we're like researching on Google, Google uses AI. Facebook uses AI. All of this, most of the search engines that we use AI in some aspect. I actually watched a video where I was able to turn off that version on AI so it stops giving you the summaries because we came from a era that if we wanted to know something, we would Google it and it would give you the answer. Be careful because those answers might be wrong because it's summary AI and the AI only knows so much. So don't take what that generative summary gives you as fact. Still do your research. Look into where it got its resources from and actually look at it because that can still be wrong. So now the information that we're getting on the internet and Googling on the internet can still be wrong. So that's all I would say is like in any
Hasn't
industry.
it always been wrong? No.
Right? Yeah. So like just
You guys
be
remember-
careful. Yeah.
Do you guys remember when they were saying like, oh yeah, like Wikipedia is like 70%
Oh, man.
wrong, and then now that I'm in university, they're like, yeah, Wikipedia is actually so good. I'm like, what?
Things have
What?
changed.
'Cause-
Things have
Wow.
changed drastically.
How the tables have
Right?
turned.
Because it's human populated with information, but anyone could go on there and change it and put whatever answers they want on there. So again, don't take anything as factual. Look at the sources and you have to actually fact check everything. So don't assume just because someone posts something on the internet that they're true. Just like everything we've said here. Don't take us our word for it and be like, oh my God, that's 100% true. Do
No,
your
it's
own
law.
research, right? Exactly. Do your
Law is
research,
It's
Um,
law, bro.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
yeah,
that
if you guys
yeah.
don't know, or
Yeah,
I was
go
going to say off of your thing,
Yeah.
there's Google Scholar,
hmm
and that's where you can actually find research papers and stuff that are like actually like research backed sources.
hmm
So it has like a little bit more validity to that than just
Mhm.
like random websites. So
Yeah.
just to give you a
Yeah.
source, but keep going, Aretha.
Yeah. No, and basically that was what I was saying because even in the film industry specifically, there was someone who got a acting award. I think it was last year, and they got it over this other person, and so many people were up in arms about why this person got this award, and specifically because they used AI because they were supposed to speak with an accent. And because their accent wasn't perfect, they used AI to polish it and basically give them that accent that they were supposed to have. Whereas back in the day, if you were going to be in a movie and you couldn't do the accent, they just gave you an accent. You just used your own accent. You didn't try, I'm thinking of like Kevin Costner and like Robin Hood, like there's the reason why he didn't speak in a British
Yeah.
accent like everyone else because he tried and he was like, I was like it
Yeah.
wasn't gonna work. So he was like he just spoke in his American accent. And so that's how it used to be. But now it's like, okay, so now they're gonna use AI to do this. But then they were like, oh, he did so much work on his character. They were like, yeah, but then they used AI to make sure he had the accent properly.
Yeah.
So like yeah, there's so many things of like how, when, and when to use it, but also giving people the decision to decide whether or not like what isn't acceptable. And I feel like we also need to put a lot of regulations not only in business but in all of our fields about how and when AI is used and when you need to disclose it when it is there, because it really is up to people on whether or not they want to use it, they want to support it, they want to do all those things. Because we hadn't even touched on the environmental factors of using AI in any general way, because I didn't know what the actual why the environmental work there as well. And it's really just I watched a whole video on it as well and was looking more into it, and it was more so that it's the cooling system that they needed. And basically again it comes down to money. They're using cheap resources and water is cheap, but now they're wasting water and causing more chaos when they just need to come up with a better way to create a cooling system that works to keep those centers cooler, and so it won't be a drain on the local resources or the environment that it sits on. So until they do that, again, like it's like trying to constantly move the technology faster than it is. The technology isn't
Mm-hmm.
there yet. The intelligence of AI is not there yet, but yet we're still pushing it forward on everything we have, whether we like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of like the Google Stadia. It was like the next big thing for gaming. And but people don't like the fact that their games would be stored on the cloud. They like actually like having their games like physically. Cuz the
Hmm.
Google Stadia was like with a controller. So people who would like play like Xbox or like the PlayStation, they're like, "No, I like to have like my CDs." And so Google Stadia, great idea, but it was way too far advanced for what we have right now.
Hmm.
Did we want to well, first off, did anyone need to take a break?
Yeah.
Because we're at like halfway mark. Like a potty break or anything, stretch legs or anything.
Yeah.
If
A water
not,
break, stand up, anything?
we can try to, as much as I love AI talk, I
Yes.
think we should probably
Yes.
change topic.
Yes. I think we
We
can
could
probably
talk
move
about it
on.
for the rest of the
Right?
whole time.
This could have been an
Yeah.
AI panel, but yeah,
I
I guess
know,
we could move
I
on.
know, seriously.
Yeah.
Um,
In the context of like deception and all that too, right? I've been seeing a lot of like, especially like
Hmm.
with what I'm trying to get into with like UGC and like making ads for brands. I've been seeing a lot. One of the biggest pieces of contention is like advertising, that people have been using AI a lot in advertising and trying to
Hmm.
basically alter people's opinions, even for small things like just testimonials on products.
Mhm.
So even if you're trying to research something and debating whether you're going to buy something, you don't even know if the reviews are even like
Yeah.
real,
Hmm.
or
it's
even just
deception. Yeah.
testimonials that are supposed to be videos. You're not even sure if that's even real either. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel like we're
Mm-hmm.
getting very scary times when it comes to buying things, selling things.
Yeah.
Is it even real? Is it not? You know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're good with the break then? We don't No one needs a break? We're good? You're
I'm
good?
good,
Everyone
but
good?
if anyone
I'm
needs
Yeah.
one,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm chilling.
All
I
right.
just wanted to
Maybe.
throw it out there just in case
Yeah.
anyone did.
No,
Yeah.
I think that's
Thanks
good
for asking.
because
Mhm.
I hosted a game show last weekend and apparently people needed a break and no one told me.
oh
And
no.
I like when
No.
I'm hosting a game show, there's like a million things on my screen, and like
Yeah.
there's so many things on my mind that
And you're locked
I
in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
you're locked. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
locked in.
Yeah.
No one
Yeah.
said a peep, and I was like at the end, and I was like, oh, guys, you should have just been like, hey, can we like, because
Mhm.
there's intermissions where I paused and like no one said
Right.
anything, and I was like,
Mm.
I felt so bad. I was like, oh my god,
My
oh my god,
goodness.
oh my god.
I know.
I felt so bad, but
Well, I guess.
did we want to talk about advice for getting started in business or starting their own business?
I love that.
And move on to that maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a super
Did
exciting
anyone
one.
want to start?
Mhm.
I can. I got a little excited there, so I might as well just take that excitement while I have
Yeah.
it.
Do it.
Yeah, no, so I have a little bit of background in managing. I learned managing when I was a teenager. I managed in the food industry. I'll keep that bit short, and I fell in love with it. And the biggest thing that I always tell people that are jumping into anything when they come to me for whether it's a smaller streamer that wants to hop into it or scale or somebody that just wants to start literally anything, it's just do it. My buds know, they know that I have the world's craziest and jankiest setup, and it just gets crazier and jankier. And I just always say we make it work. It doesn't matter what it is, you just make it work. And when it comes to starting, I have a perfectionist mindset. I have crazy OCD, and there's always going to be something to polish, grow, change, do better, literally always something. So if you always wait till that marker of like, when I get a PC and when I do this, when I do that and that, then I'll start, that goalpost is just going to keep moving because there's always going to be something to add to that list. You gotta just do it. Listen to whatever company that is and just do it. And and honestly, and it's just doing it scared. That was one of the first things I learned when I started networking in business and just taking as much advice as I could. That was the biggest thing people always told me, and it just stuck. Just do it scared, because every time you step into a room that you are unfamiliar with, uncomfortable in, or you're around new people, or you're learning something new, like you may feel anxious, and that's good because that means you're doing something outside your comfort zone. If you're always comfortable, then it's time to start moving that zone a little bit. That's when you move that goalpost. But yeah, you just got to do it. You got to do it scared. We talked about failure a little bit earlier. I raced go-karts when I was younger, and the only way to get faster is to spin out. Is you have to find your spin out point. And I apply that in literally everything I do. You have to find your spin out points. You have to fail in order to learn and get better and reapply. So again, if you keep waiting until I start that course, I get this, I do that, I learn this, then you're just going to keep moving that goalpost. And you're going to learn that some of the most valuable stuff that you take in is learning from experience and on the job and doing it scared and just doing it messy. So, again, I could ramble forever. So, I just was really excited to just share that piece and just hop in and just do it. And, people are going to support you. And even if it's not the people that you think are going to support you, I promise you that you will come across that. That is okay. Don't let it define you. There will be people that support you. Just do it. Just do it. No, I'm cutting
Just
myself off.
do it. That's good. That's good. Generalized
That's a
skill.
good.
Yeah.
I want to jump off that so hard because I
Yeah.
have really recent like examples of it.
Yes.
So literally just do it because the business I just launched for my bookkeeping services, you can there's so much I could have just been like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for this, and this to be ready. This, and this. I It's so funny. It is so funny. Literally, all I did was I. I'm not gonna tell you the title of it because the title of it is my last name. But I literally was like, boop, boop, and was like, here's my company, and posted on my personal socials, and was like, hey everyone, I've started a business. That's how I started it. Like, that was it. Because the biggest thing for the business, fun fact, you can start a business with your last name in most states, without having to pay for a license or anything with your last name. Some do require a license and registration, but like Wisconsin, you don't. For like, unless it has sales tax for the services and stuff, but mine doesn't. So, whatever. So, like, I post that. That's all I did to technically start my business. And then as things progressed, I got things. I only just registered as an LLC the other day because I got my first client. So then I'm like, okay, now I need to worry about like legality issues. So then I also got my errors and omissions insurance because then I'm like, okay, now I only have to worry about possibly being sued if I mess up. Like, you can take those baby steps, but like literally for the other part, I know those might have been a lot of words for people who don't understand, but it's insurance to make sure that if I mess up someone's accounting books and they try to sue me being like, "Oh, I have to pay the IRS extra money because you messed up," that's what the insurance is basically. Um uh, I hopefully will never have to use it. But I'm still going to cover my butt. Um but basically, like, those are things that I didn't do until I got a client because I don't need it, right? I didn't like all that stuff was overwhelming at first, but like, you don't need to have everything set up to start a business. I also was extremely nervous and scared, even though I've worked in finance and accounting for 8 years and I know how to do bookkeeping. I actually do things that are way harder every day of bookkeeping, so much so that I actually have to look up bookkeeping sometimes because I'm like, uh, uh, I know the overarching concept, but this is like 10 steps before what I usually do that I need to like go back to the basics because I haven't done the basics in so long. But it's putting me out of my comfort zone. So like Mousy put in chat, like be comfortable being uncomfortable. Literally be comfortable being uncomfortable. It's where you grow. You grow being outside of your comfortable or outside of your comfort zone. You never grow in your comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
Um and with that, like, you can just start doing everything. When I first started streaming, I just pressed go live while playing Among Us with my friends. That's an interesting chain sentence. I pressed go live um while playing Among Us with my friends, and now here I am. What year is it? 6 years later. I'm like, what year is it? 6 years later, like streaming, talking about business with these amazing guildies, and like I just humble brag interviewed Jill Harris, who's a really insanely popular voice actor, um, at an anime convention like 2 weeks ago, and it's up on YouTube if you want to see it.
No.
But like that's something I would have 6 years
Shameless plug.
ago. Shameless plug. I don't plug very often, but I'm very proud of that. So
Hell
okay,
yeah.
but like if you would have talked to 6 years ago me, I'd been like, wait, we have people who follow us on Twitch, let alone we went to an anime convention and got to interview a voice actor. Like that would have been mind blowing. So like, just do the dang thing. So,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Period.
yeah, like genuinely, just take those baby steps. And
You never
I
know where it's
think,
gonna take you.
Yeah.
yeah. And this year, like I've had insane opportunities. Last year, I applied for like the same opportunities and got no's for almost every single one. And I think this goes on our failure talk that we've been having this whole time, is I got no's on every single one, took why, learned from that, adjusted how I did things for this year, and I've gotten yeses to everything this year.
Love it.
Almost freaking killed myself because I got yeses on everything because my schedule was so busy. But I got yeses to everything. So like, just like go out there, try it, and
Mhm.
like learn from your failures.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Okay, I'm done. I'm so sorry. That was a
No,
lot.
you're good.
That was
I'll
amazing.
jump off that.
Do it.
Creatively, it's I mean it's essentially the same in a creative like business field, but like there's so many like things that you send in for consideration. Portfolios, just sketch work, concept work, everything. That rejection letters are so normalized for me at this point. I like back maybe like 8 years ago, Elia, every time I got a rejection letter, it's like I'm gonna cry and I'm gonna quit art. But now I'm just like, oh, okay, rejection letter. Okay, what can I learn? Again, we're talking about how like failures can be like moments where it's like, okay, well, what can we learn? What can we improve? Um, and it's just one of those things that happen in the creative industry so much that I'm like, it's gonna hurt. You're allowed to cry when you get rejection letters. Absolutely, we feel things. It's normal. But turn those tears into some fine lemonade the next day, and let's go
Mhm.
serve it out. And that's a great way to go creatively as well. You grow with every skill you get, you grow with every job you get those skills, grow it even further. I'll do like my little humble brag example for this year, where back in like 2020, I applied to be a national cartoonist and got heavily rejected. So of course did my crying, did my I'm gonna quit art, and then woke up the next day, and from then on started improving, trying to build up a portfolio better, trying to do more comic work, tried to get my stuff out there on social media better, grew my platform without the intention of even like trying to apply again. And I reapplied and got accepted at the end of last year. So it was just like that the growth, that moment of getting the no just lit a fire under my butt to improve so I could work towards not just a yes towards them, but now so many different opportunities that have opened up for me. So you never know where you go from the rejection letter if you improve. You will maybe get to a yes, you'll maybe get to 10 yeses from other people that you didn't think you dream of working with. But building up on yourself, building community, building networks, building all of that for yourself, for your brand, whatever you've got going on, it helps. But also don't forget to take care of you and build yourself up either. while in the business grind of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well said. Well said.
One thing I want to note is I said I got a bunch of yeses on things. My numbers are crap. Like, if people want to sit there and be like, oh, it's probably because your numbers are amazing, my Twitch numbers average from like 5 to 10 CCV. Like, I'm not someone out here being like 20 to 50. And I'm sitting here getting these opportunities. It's about like what you bring to the table, who you're networking with, like how you treat people, how you are as a business partner. Crazy. We're talking about business. Like if you act professional, if you get your deliverables to them on time and stuff like that. So like literally you don't need to be partner. I'm not partner with those numbers. Crazy, I know. Um you don't have to be partner for that. Dress to impress, yes. Like all that stuff. I just wanted to put that one more thing in there because I forgot to mention that, but you made me think of that, Spice.
Yeah.
So yeah, just don't get stuck on the numbers.
For sure.
I remember one time I was taking a course once and someone had mentioned about like how you should see them almost like a score sheet and like you're just taking those points and racking them up kind of like a game in a way. And it always kind of just stuck to me because I'm like, hey, that's a really good way of putting it because if you think of it that way, then it doesn't feel as bad or feel like, oh, it's me. Oh, what did I do wrong? Right. Because sometimes it's not even what you did wrong necessarily. Maybe it's just not the right opportunity for you or maybe there was better people at the time, which unfortunately sometimes we don't want to admit that,
No.
but maybe you're just not ready for that sort of thing. So not every rejection is necessarily a bad thing.
That's a good point. Like if you would have
That
gotten the
is a good point.
opportunity at X point,
Mhm.
you probably weren't ready at X point, let's say, and you would have maybe not done as well as like
Mhm.
getting it in the future.
Yeah.
And if you would have gotten it back then, maybe you would have like burned a
Mhm.
bridge. But now you get it and you nail it, and then you have a strong connection going forward.
Mhm.
And so then you're
Mm-hmm.
able to have a strong connection that you can keep building on. Whereas back then, if you would have gotten it and you weren't ready, it would have kind of
Mhm.
burnt your reputation again. So that's a very strong point.
Yeah.
And I've heard it called not like a shutdown or a stop, but a redirection.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It's perfect.
I don't really have any advice for business because I'm still trying to figure that out for myself. So I'm gonna talk about how I got started streaming. Because like I do potentially see it as a career in the future, but when I started streaming, I streamed with an office computer that could only run Minecraft at 30 FPS. My stream would lag every 2 seconds. My lighting that I actually still use today was lighting that my dad is borrowing because my dad works for a camera company, and my camera was like a 2000s camcorder. That's what my streaming setup started off with. And now I have a gaming PC which I'm looking into upgrading. My camera's a Nikon Z50 mirrorless. Like I have a dual monitor setup with a stream deck. Like anything is possible if you put your mind to it. You just got to do it.
Mhm.
And I know what you're saying. I know what you guys are like hearing. You're like, "Oh, you just got to do it." But then like there's all these overthinkers who are like, "Well, how do I stream on Twitch? How do I do this? How do I do this?" The real answer is there's no right or wrong answer. It's the same thing with the business. Obviously, there's laws that you have to abide by. But
Mhm.
like if
Yeah.
as long as you're following the laws, there's no right or wrong way to start a business. There's no right or
Mhm.
wrong way to run your business as long as you're abiding by the laws and not like hurting people or yourself in the process. You know what I mean? Like just
Yeah.
do
Mhm.
it. Do
Yeah.
it. Like it's weird because like when I stream, I'm unapologetically myself. Like I belch all the time. I cuss like a sailor. I bully people constantly. They bully me back. I bully my chat constantly. They bully me back, like the whole 9 yards. But in like the professional like work setting, you guys would never know I'm a streamer. You guys would never know
Yeah.
that I stream on Switch. Like
Yeah.
I dress to impress. I come in with the good vibes, with the good energy. I'm chilling. I'm vibing. I'm ready to get my head into the game, and I'm ready to go to work. It's just like it just depends on how you want to do things. On stream, I'm unapologetically myself. You know what I mean? But when I'm in the workforce or when I'm at work, I'm like, okay, work mode, no more swearing. Literally smiles all the way around. Like I can't.
Yeah.
That's such a problem with me on streaming. I'll like sit there and I'll be focused, and I know I have a massive RBF.
I do too.
But anyways, yeah.
Mhm.
But that's my little spiel on it. Like you guys can
Yeah.
you guys can literally get started. I've like there's people who have come into my chat who have started streaming and they're like, "Yeah, it's kind of janky right now. Like I'm using my laptop and I have my phone as the chat, but it's working." Do it.
Yeah.
There
I
are
love
so
it.
many there are so many resources around you.
Yeah.
I streamed
Mhm.
Yeah.
without a camera for over like a month. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you don't need a camera.
Mhm.
My
Yeah,
first
and
I
I-
stream
stream
was
with
on my
I use
phone.
iPad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use an
Yeah.
iPad. Crazy.
iPad kid. I'm
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
kidding.
Also,
No.
I like that. I like. Please don't swear. Like, I'm not saying this, but I think it's funny because at my work, everyone swears, and
Yeah.
I work in
Oh.
finance and I work in business. But like, I have been there now for so long that I swear all the time at work, and it is freaking problem. And I hate it because I'm like, you guys swear, and now you bring the swearing out in me. And I swear like a sailor because I grew up playing hockey. Crazy, I know, because it's in my name. And I'm like, guys, you can't swear because you like ruin my mask that I put on to not swear because you swear. And
Mhm.
it's so bad. People are horrible at swearing in business. So it's so
Yeah.
funny because in college you're
Yeah.
told, don't swear,
Mhm.
don't do any of this, be professional, act professional. And also at work, I wear jeans and like sweatshirts. Like we don't dress up, none of this. Like all of it, everything you were told in college about business and professionalism is a freaking lie. I'm just saying.
You're so right.
This is I
Mhm.
actually didn't have time to change. This is actually what I wore to work today. I have to because I work as a sales assistant. But I'm
Yeah.
literally wearing like a sweater and I'm wearing slacks. Also
Yeah.
let me rephrase. I do swear, but I don't swear in front of clients. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
It's
don't
like a
swear in
cliche.
front of clients who walk
Mhm.
through the door. Like
Mhm.
I've had some embarrassing moments where I've wanted to say the F word, I can't lie.
Mhm.
Stepping on wet concrete in front of clients was one of them.
Oh,
Oh
Lord.
Yeah, that would
wow.
do it.
I
Oh.
I do dress up a little bit more at work because sexism. Um so I do dress up a little bit more just to, help my case, but also
Yeah.
cuz I like to look cute. But um that's just
Yep.
me. But technically when
Yeah.
I'm not having a good week, I'll wear my jeans and my sweatshirt. But anyways, that was off
Anyway.
topic.
Just Sarita, did you want to add
Yeah.
to?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So I like I said, my business is what, like 13. Oh, math. I see. This is why I hired an accountant. I'm like 13 years. I'm like, I think my company's been around for 13 years. Yeah. And I think that's really important. I think you touched on a little bit, Hockey, that
Mhm.
knowing what the rules, the bylaws, the like, uh where you live is very important because I'm in Canada. Ours are different than in the United States, which can vary per state, but also ours also vary per province as well. And I think the first time I ever did taxes, I got a tax bill and I paid it. And then I got another tax bill and I'm like, but I paid this, but this one's a different one. And this one says from the government of Alberta. I'm like, what? And it was only then that I discovered I had to pay taxes twice, one to the federal government, one to the provincial government. I was like, what? I was like, ah. So I had to pay that tax as well. And I'm glad that I had some money saved over that I was able to. And, so there's things that you obviously can learn along the way, but like also knowing like what kind of businesses, right? Like, so even with streaming, like, again, it's going to differ where you live, but like, what are the rules, especially with taxes and running a business and how you set them up? Because here you could do it two ways. You could do a trademark name, which you can do just a regular company, or you could do a corporation. So I have a corporation. So as my corporation almost acts as a separate body. So that gives me another level of protection because, like, let's say I do get sued and I do get insurance and stuff like that too especially when I do film projects, and I do errors and omissions as well, but usually per project. But it helps me in that way that if someone sues me, they can only sue my company. And when they sue my company, they can just take everything that I purchased with my company and they can't touch my personal things. But a lot of the things I have and I work on, including my streaming computer, all went through my company. So if someone sues me, they're taking everything.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
assuming I lose. So yeah, there's like so many things that can happen. So knowing like what kind of business is and stuff like that. And so it kind of brings me to my main point. My advice to people, if you want to start a business, especially in specific fields, get a mentor. Get a mentor in that
For
field.
sure.
Talk to them. Let
Yes.
them share with you. I'm always willing to share with people. I've helped people start businesses, share like what worked for me. Because my whole thing is a lot of the times I, again, did the same thing where I learned through trial and error. I failed and I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. Or, I learned something new. And so does everyone need to fail? No. I mean, sure, failing helps you grow. But if there's something I can share with you so you don't have to go through that step, I'm willing to do that. And so that's what mentors are
Absolutely.
too. So find someone in that business who is willing to help and share with you and be a business mentor because, it's hard running a business, especially for women, a women run business as well. Like we need more of us out there. And the more we can help support one another so we can all do that, I think is great. So yeah, that'd be my advice to you.
That was
Yeah.
perfect.
Agree. I even actually would jump off that and say like even personal research too. Like at least for me, whenever I'm jumping into something that I've never done before, I like seeing like what's currently out there, like what's the I guess competitors, what it looks like,
Mhm.
and see like what is it that I can
Yeah.
bring to the table that's a little bit different, right? Or like maybe
Mhm.
something
Yes.
that people haven't thought of doing already, right? So I love researching a lot when it comes
Yeah.
to that. But even within saying that, I feel like it's also important to not psychoanalyze because I've
Mhm.
also been on the other side of it too, where it's very much, you get stuck in the analysis paralysis, I guess,
Yeah.
Mhm.
where you're just stuck in it and it's just like now you're not making any moves, right? So you can't second guess yourself in that sense.
Yeah, that's really important. Yeah.
I will say, the mentor thing is very, very crucial, I feel. Even though I am an accountant and I know many, many things about bookkeeping, I do have a mentor for it because I've never ran my own bookkeeping business. So, like, it's mostly how to get clients that I don't know how to do. Like that part, I was like, how do I even do that? Like I know there's plenty out there because every single business needs a bookkeeper. But it was like, I don't like I don't want to cold call people. Like that's disgusting. Um
Oh, cold calling. Oh, terrifying.
no thanks.
It's so
Like
terrifying.
no thanks.
I love it.
Like
Yeah, that
how do
one.
I like how do you get clients? Like how do people get clients? And
Yeah.
the best part is, you know how I got my first client? They cold called me.
Yo,
They didn't do
Mhm.
nothing. They found my website on Google.
Mhm.
And they cold called me. So
You
yeah, like you
Mhm.
can there's a lot of ways that like, you go you find an expert and you get a mentor and
Mhm.
you do that.
And someone just brought in the chat about the resources as well. Yeah, look up resources, especially those that are close to you as well.
Mm.
We have something here called Business Link, and that's how I first started as well. Like I went to them a lot, and I took a whole bunch of courses that were free, and it was like people interested in getting in business. They showed you how to do a business plan, how to do market research, things like that. And the biggest takeaway that I took from one of the courses was learning that there's three main jobs in owning a business. There's talent, there's the operation, and there's marketing. Usually they say one person can be two, but usually someone should not be all three. It is really hard for someone to do all three. And so that's
Yeah.
why even back in the day, mom and pop shops worked very well because they were already in a partnership, so they could do that. So usually having two people do those roles is really good, especially if you're doing like thinking big scale businesses like a restaurant or things like that. Like you kind of need those three places. And so things like that, just those little nuggets of resources, that's what I found. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to do all three because you're like, well, it's me and I got enough money barely to pay me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's I'm
Hmm.
kind of glad that not kind of. I'm very
Hmm.
glad you guys brought up research, resources,
Hmm.
juggling different hats and stuff like that because mentorship and, Hockey and I, we all talked about failure a lot. You are going to experience that,
Hmm.
but simultaneously, if you can save yourself a step by not being a little stubborn and being a little open-minded and utilizing your resources, doing some research, going into rooms full of people and just absorbing information from them, I promise you, you will save yourself some speed bumps you didn't need to hit. And
Hmm.
yeah, it's extremely important to, like Livia said, research without getting stuck in it. And, like Aretha said, find a mentor, but simultaneously, if you recognize you're not in a spot where you can really get out there or pay for a partner or somebody to join your team, time to skill build. Like, it's all about juggling, pivoting, learning those foundational skills of that stuff for sure. I'm so glad that you guys talked about that because I was sitting here in my brain. I'm like, I don't want to start yapping about it, but I just kept thinking back about research and all that stuff. So I'm really, really glad that you guys brought that up.
The
Well,
thing
like,
is too also, right? Like even in saying it, like I know we were talking about like mentorships and whatnot, right? I know that sometimes people always think that it's like a large scale mentorship thing, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna ask this person, it's gonna be this
Yeah.
formal thing. Sometimes it's not even necessarily like
Yeah.
super formal like that,
Yeah.
right? Sometimes it could just be like, hey, I just want second eyes on something, right?
Yeah.
Or can you, point me in the right direction for something, or just like a question on something you're stuck on, whatever it is, right? So I guess even that
Yeah.
mentorship can be in small ways too, even if it means
Hmm.
asking
Yeah.
multiple people,
And
just putting
Yeah.
yourself out
and I've had friends just call me up and say, "Hey, I just need to pick your brain about something. Can I take you out for coffee?" Yeah, sure,
Hmm.
let's go. And it would just be
Business
something
expense.
simple, right? Exactly, exactly. And it is, and they just ask you questions and ask for advice or something, and you just share. And
Yeah.
very informal.
Yeah.
um,
And then to like
Absolutely.
briefly, sorry, not to cut you off a little
Hmm.
bit, but to briefly touch, you mentioned on circles and it sparked in my brain. And I mentioned earlier about how not everybody in your current circles are going to support you. It is very important you put yourself in circles that are going to support you and that are on the same journey as you and have very similar goals and mindsets. And it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm a streamer, I have to be with other streamers. I'm a health coach, I have to be with other health coaches. Just people that are, if they have the entrepreneurial mindset or whatever it may be, like putting yourself in a room with strictly 9 to 5ers, they're gonna start getting a little jokey and like putting you down because they don't understand. Where if you put yourself in a room full of people that are at various levels of what you're doing, you have people to absorb from, you have people that are growing with you. It's really, really, really important, like Aretha said, to just go out and pick someone's brain, have somebody pick your brain, and make sure that, mentorship doesn't always have to be like Livia said, somebody that's like, a tattoo artist and their mentee or whatever. It's just people that you surround yourself with and look up to. Okay, now I'll stop.
there. I agree.
Did everyone get a chance to talk on this subject?
I think
I think
so.
so.
Yeah, I think we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure before I
Hmm.
let chat decide our last topic before we get
Hmm.
to
Yeah.
the ending part. So chat, we have two different topics
Okay, fine.
and
Hmm.
we're going to let you guys decide. So type 1 in chat if you guys want us to talk about our day in the life or talk about some crazy work stories. One in the
That's
chat,
great.
one in the chat
I
for a
have
day
a
in the
lot of
life,
crazy
two
stories.
in the
Oh my
chat
god.
for crazy stories.
Honestly, that could be my day in the life too at the same time.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like,
I like
man, I got
crazy
craziness for
stories.
both.
Can we have that written down? I want both. Okay,
Oh, we got an
one
8.
Both. Actually, I mean, we have
one
like technically like an
day
hour
in
left, so I
the
mean, we
life.
can probably do
We can
both.
speed run.
Okay.
Speed run.
Day in the
I
life
feel like we
2
talked a lot
was
about day in the life already, honestly. Like
Hmm.
we did kind of touch a lot. We could probably go more to crazy stories, but and touch briefly on a day in the life.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because I
My
feel like
day
I've
life
talked
is
a lot
boring,
about.
so Yeah.
Do we
Mm-hmm.
just want to like speed run day in the life and then
Yeah.
go and
Yeah.
end with like crazy stories?
Okay.
Yeah. All
I love
right.
giving time to think.
Here's my speed run of day in the life. Hockey hates her job. No, I'm just kidding. If you want to talk about my like day job, day in the life is I look at numbers. I do analytical work where I help the business understand like what's going wrong and then fix it. Basically is my like overarching like what I am doing every day. This last year, I was the tariff lady because yay Trump making tariffs be a thing. So I was the one that basically helped analyze what our risk was as a business. And then I figured out where we could adjust so that we could either completely avoid a tariff, like, because we have plants in the US. It wasn't like manipulating things. It's just that we would bring it into the US. We weren't being sneaky, guys. We're just moving things. Or like move it from one country to another country to make the tariff less, blah blah blah. Those kind of things is my normal day to day. When it comes to content creation, and like that kind of side of stuff, my like day to day is like all over the place because like right now for like Twitch and video games, I just play whatever game I want to. But then I also have a lot of video editing I'm doing because I do a lot of I'm focusing on long form content on YouTube, but then taking a lot of I'm doing pop culture reaction content for shorts on like Instagram and TikTok because that's what people freaking like. And so that's like kind of like my day to day overall. And yeah, that's my speed run.
Nice.
Sick. I don't know. Someone else.
All right,
Okay.
I mean, I guess I can go. So my day in the life is pretty chaotic sometimes, but I would say that pretty for me, it's just been a lot of research as of recent, especially with the fact that I want to make more ads for brands, especially since I have done it a lot in the past, but I didn't really like pay attention so much. I'm like, it's whatever. But now that I realize like that's the thing that I really want to do more of, I've been doing a lot more research with that and making samples and working on my portfolio every day. It's been making like 20 plus videos. Been working on that. And then obviously outside of that, I just record a lot for TikTok and YouTube because I do a lot of ASMR on there and planning my streams, all of that. And by the time I finish, it's already evening and it's probably time to stream. I'm like, okay, that's about it pretty much.
Awesome.
Brenna?
Yeah, I can go next. So, a day in the life looks a little different for me right now. I'm in a kind of transitional phase. I just moved from state to state, so I'm kind of figuring it out. I'm in that trial phase, but I'm applying things that I used to try in the past, I guess, and trying to see which routine really sticks. But right now, for me, aside from being in a trial phase, a typical weekday, if you will, I wake up and I have a power hour, and that's where I just kind of look at my day, try to just start my day with something productive. And I have something I call a daily moo, which is my mode of operation. So even on my lowest day, stuff I can complete. So just dumb stuff like looking at my email, checking my messages, stuff like that. My day always starts off with coffee and a power hour. From there, it's a little bit of skill building, and then and a little bit of work before lunch. Second half of the day is geared more towards stream, and it's back work before stream, prepping before a stream, and then afterwards it's post stream work. But a typical work day for me right now is a lot of skill building, and then a little bit of work here, a little bit of work there. It's just breaking up my day. And a big part of me for why I wanted to do business was so I could focus on a little bit of every avenue in my day-to-day life. So a lot of that is sprinkled in like exercise time with my family, stuff like that, because it's really important to me to focus on a little bit of everything every day. So while I'm trying to figure out exactly where to place all those blocks, I'm just doing a lot of skill building and figuring it out at the same time. So yeah.
Yeah.
Spice.
Absolutely.
All
You wanna go?
right.
Do we
Yeah.
just want to like? Do we just want to go in order so we could do like spiced and then simply and then me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was
Does that work?
doing.
Cool.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
you just have to tell me what order it is because my order's different. That's why I was like, I was trying to remember the order that we were in
Oh,
before.
everybody's order
You're
is
good.
different.
It's
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got Spice, and then you, Aretha, and then May.
Okay.
I'm Mousy.
Okay. Yes.
I don't.
you can say May. That's
Okay.
totally fine.
I'll remember I'm after Spice. I can remember that.
Okay.
Also, welcome
Um,
Raiders. Yes.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to our
Mhm.
business panel.
Mhm.
Yes. I was saying hi in chat. We're just doing a quick speed run of
Yep.
our day in a life in business, and then we're
Mhm.
gonna talk crazy stories that
Mhm.
we've experienced.
Mhm.
So you're coming in
Yeah.
at a good time.
Yeah. Mhm.
My day in the life, I do work a day job unrelated to my creative field because I need healthcare. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I need insulin to live. So I've got my day job. I don't hate it. It's in a surveillance related field, but it just takes up time that I'd rather be drawing. I take my break and I usually do like my social posts for my creative business. That's my only creative time really during the day. Once I'm off work, I get into a routine where I go for a walk. I do something physical with my body because I'm sitting all day, have my dinner, and then I lock in for the evening and start working on the creative projects that I have currently. That's usually like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesdays I dedicate to content creation day. Like I record things for Instagram, YouTube. I edit videos that I'm putting on YouTube. Just focused on the content creation that I'm not like live streaming or anything. And then yeah, that's basically my day. And it's a routine, and I try to give myself weekends, but I love what I do, so I do end up working on projects on the weekends as well. So yeah, quick little day in the life.
All right, quick day in the life. Okay. So I am a filmmaker and I do make films, but that is not usually my day in the life because it's only during projects. Like right now, I'm in post production, so I hire an editor, I have an animator, so I sent them things and they are currently doing work. I'm waiting for stuff to get back. But I also am a program director for a film festival, which I actually am programming right now. And so the film festival is in April. So currently, right now, that is my day to day job. I wake up. But I work on contracts, so I can actually make my hours and I actually get paid by deliverables. So when and where I do these deliverables are up to me. So I'm not a morning person. I do not like waking up in the morning. The earliest I probably woke up earlier for the panel that I did first this morning than I ever did during work. That's why I had to take a nap before this one. But yeah, I normally just do work, but also I was actually really sick last year. I had a gallstone that blocked my pancreas that caused me pancreatitis. And then because of that, it made my liver work overtime. And then while they were there, they were like, "Did you notice you have a growth on your adrenal gland?" And I'm like, "No." They were like, "Well, we were in there. We saw this thing." And I'm like, "No." And they were like, "Well, we're not concerned about it, but we're not concerned about it. So we're going to send you a specialist." So I've been having health issues ever since. But yeah, so I I see a psychologist like once a month. That is one of the things that I have been doing for like years. And one of the things that I do is I sometimes struggle, like even with my ADHD that I was formally diagnosed with last year. Uh, I get really stuck on things as well. And because I'm not sick, my brain only has so much energy. So I have a pretty hard I have 3 to 5 things that I will do in a day. I have a task list of 3 or 5 things that I can do, and then I'm just done. And then that's when I play games or do something else because my brain is just done. And a lot of it is me also still recovering from being sick and then kind of getting, still getting better. So, yeah, but the hard part is like even in Canada, disability payments don't actually, work very well up here either. And so even though my doctor wanted me to be on sick leave, I literally just couldn't afford it. So I've just been doing my best to continue to work. And that's the hard thing about owning a business as well, because unless you have a job, like you were saying, you sometimes have to, put in those considerations that owning a business, sometimes it's not a 9 to 5, it will be a 24-hour thing. And so boundaries and knowing your limits are very important. So, yeah. Okay, that was longer. Okay, I'm done.
Very true. My day to day is oftentimes very different because it also depends on how much my fibromyalgia decides to hate my body. So like a typical day to day, like I work Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and after I work, I come home, I cook dinner, I take care of my doggy, I stream, take care of my doggy, shower, go to bed, wake up the next day. When it comes to a school day, oh, by the way, during work, I am allowed to do my homework, which is why I can actually stream. I have an entry level position job, and so there's a lot of downtime. Um, I have a lot of, I have a lot of downtime, so I can do homework. Um, I'm so confused. Oh, I'm just kind of I was confused about what somebody said in chat. Anyways, um, and
Are you talking
so
about Frey?
yeah, I was like, what do you mean fibromyalgia doesn't exist? I was
Frey
You're
is
like,
like,
I deal with it. I think it does.
no. Frey is like trying to be like
silly.
no, I wish it wasn't like he's trying to be supportive.
Oh,
He's trying to be supportive. He's trying to like Frey is
That is
I was
yeah.
like,
from
I was
outer
like,
space.
huh?
I realized like
No, I get it.
reading it. I know so Frey's very like been with me since day one, so I know how to read like his tone, and I go, ah,
Okay.
shoot, like and they're also from Brazil, so like English isn't their first
Oh,
language,
English
so
is not
like
their first language. Okay, no, that's
so
totally
sometimes they'll
fair.
miss like maybe like a word here or there, and so I was just like, no, I know exactly what they're saying, but he didn't think.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay.
It happens.
I've actually,
Frey, you're doing great.
unfortunately, I've had it happen to me where people are like,
Yeah.
actually, COVID-19 doesn't exist. So like your problems just like don't exist. And I'm
It's
like,
the worst.
No.
do you
I
want to
promise
pay?
you.
Do you want to pay my medical bills instead of my parents?
No.
Anyways,
No.
anyways, back on
Yes.
topic. A school day usually consists of me waking up, going to school, and then coming home for the rest of the day. That gives me time to do my laundry, do my homework, play with my doggy, because I love her so much, and then stream on Twitch. I try to stream on Twitch like 5 times a week, 4 to 5 times per week. So like every day except for Tuesday and Thursday is what I've been going with. But yeah, that's a typical day to day life for me, honestly. It's just school, more schoolwork, work, more work, streaming. I'm the kind of person who has to keep myself busy all the time or else my mental health will literally plummet. So if I'm not running around like a crazy chicken with my head cut off, then my mental health just go it just go. But yeah,
Same.
that's me.
So I'm staring at chat of Frey just panicking right now, and it's making me laugh so much.
I felt bad laughing through all that, but I was like, this is kind of funny.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
like,
I
now
was
that
like,
it's cleared up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like really bad. Like, it's out of this world. No, I promise. OMG, no. And especially knowing Frey, like I know Frey so well, and I just, oh god, so
Mm.
funny. Anyways,
I keep
Crazy
I should also mention I do keep myself very busy, but I still make time to take care of myself and do the stuff
Yes.
that I need to
Mhm.
do. As much as I do love running around like a crazy chicken with my head cut off, I still need to take some time for myself.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing to make sure you guys, because I'm bad at it. No, to make sure everyone does not get burnout is also make
Mhm.
sure that you guys put stuff in that is like
Mhm.
fun and not just what you need to do.
Mhm.
Yep.
So, but
For
yeah,
sure.
All right, crazy stories. Who wants to start?
Crazy. I thought we were to where we stay in the same order, just so that we know
Oh.
where to go, right?
Yeah, if we want.
Yeah. Who was first?
We can. Livia.
Okay. I mean, crazy stories. I mean, most of my stories are like crazy streamer stories, which I don't know if I want to get into all that because I feel like we'll be here all day. So I think I'm gonna refrain from that. But I don't know.
Yeah,
Trying
it's
to
a tough one,
think.
isn't it?
Um,
Trying to
I
think.
guess do you
I
have
mean, I
any?
guess I kind of.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go
No,
ahead.
no.
Maybe you want to give me a
I
better
I
Oh,
suggestion.
have a
well,
crazy story.
I was gonna say maybe if it's not like a crazy story, but maybe like in your field specifically, or maybe when you were starting out in business, do you have anything like any challenges you've experienced as being a woman in your field? That could be that too.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I
That I
do
feel like
very
that those
much.
usually produce crazy stories.
Bro, we're gonna be here for the next 3 hours.
So yeah, like I
Six
have
hour
3 hours
stream.
worth. No,
Mhm.
3 hours.
so I had actually a lot, probably challenging ones. Oh God, recently, which is so fun. Probably the last like year and a half. When I say like recently, because I've kind of forgot it's already been a year since it happened. But probably the worst one that happened is so we used to the role I used to be in, I would monthly report out the financials for what I was doing. And boy, do I have a story for you guys. Me right now. Um so would report the financials out, and in this meeting is like our, they call him GMs, which is the head marketing dude, um, your director of ops, me, and then you know a bunch of other people that are like underneath those people, basically. Um, and essentially, this is a team for the products that like are for this financial statements, and you're reporting out everything to like be like, this is where we messed up for the month, and this is how we're gonna go about fixing it for the future. Um, I was covering for my boss had just gotten promoted, this huge promotion. They're gone. I'm covering for that boss. And this is like, usually it's just a monthly meeting, but it was the quarter end. So we also have a quarter meeting and the monthly, and I'm covering for my boss. I have so much going on that my boss and the marketing dude had agreed that I only needed to do what needs to be done for the quarterly meeting and not the monthly meeting, essentially. So I don't have to do as much detailed work because what needs to be done for the monthly meeting is a lot more detailed. And I come into the meeting with just the high level stuff. I have it ready. I have my job done according to what was agreed upon prior to the meeting. And I come in, and this guy is kind of a jerk in general. But I come in, I present the financials, I give out all the information, and he asks all these questions that are more about the deeper dive questions, deeper details that I don't have answers to because that's not what we agreed upon to talk about in the meeting. So I don't have those. And he reams me and is like in front of everyone. Ironically, HR is not usually in these meetings, but for some godforsaken reason, HR is in this meeting this time. I don't know why, but they are. And he literally goes, you didn't do your job. There is no analytical work. You literally didn't do any analytical work. Yes, in front of everyone. Your job is to literally do financial analytical work, and it looks like you did none. And just says all of this in front of everyone. You think you know this, right? You do, because I ranted to chat about this many times.
They're like, oh, here we
And
go. Here we go.
and I basically he just like went off, and I let him finish, didn't interrupt because that would not go well. And I go, I'm sorry, but beforehand we agreed upon this level, and I like stood my ground essentially. So I do not have that information, but I am happy to get you that information after this meeting. But due to like what was agreed upon beforehand, we do not have this information at this time. Blah blah blah. I kept my head like level and cool. Walked out of that meeting. The director of ops has to walk back with me because we sit in a different building than they do. And as soon as the elevator doors close, he goes, "I'm so sorry. I will be talking to him and I will be talking to your boss to let them know what has happened." I get back to my desk. I have a message from my boss being like, "I heard what happened. That's unacceptable. I will be talking to that person." I have a message from like my interim boss, like cuz technically my boss is not my boss, but my interim actual boss being like, "I had HR contact me. What the heck happened?" I have a friend of mine who has nothing to do with this meeting having messaged me being like, "I heard what happened. That guy's messed up." And I'm like, I it's only been 20 minutes, guys. How did all of
The
this happen in
office
20
news
minutes?
system.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy. Like I do know the office news system, but it does not usually go that quick in this place. And it was pretty crazy. This guy got reprimanded and everything. Um, but I had a mentor at this time in in my business, and I was very stressed, and I was like, I don't know how to like move forward with this. Like I'm like I see this guy now, and I'm like steaming when I I'm pissed off like this happened and like da 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 like and the person's like, the best way forward is, don't let other people speak for you. You really should confront this person, talk to them and be like, "Hey, like that wasn't cool." Like have a one-on-one with him like he should have had with you because doing that in front of everyone not cool. And I was like, "Yup."
Mm-hmm.
And then say not cool and then go from there and find a solution of like what do you want? What do we want going forward? And let's do that. And then like make that relationship better. And so like from that business mentor, which is why mentors are important, I like followed those instructions and I met with him. I might have gotten a little teary-eyed because I'm really bad at confrontation, but it was fine. I don't think he noticed because men are men and they don't notice things. But because I didn't like cry. My eye like you just get teary-eyed, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Because stress, whatever. And I like talked to him and I was just like, "Hey, this wasn't cool. Like it wasn't appropriate to be doing this in front of people. Like that wasn't appropriate, da da da." And then he was like, "Wait, I don't even know what I said." And I was like, "That's wild." That's wild. And he's like, "I'm so sorry." But he apologized a bunch. Like, he was like, "I didn't know I was being mean. Like, I'm so sorry, blah, blah." And I'm like,
Men.
okay, wild." Um, and then we did come to a point where we got aligned on like what he wanted going forward and like actually worked well together after that. Well enough. Like I still don't like him, but well enough. Because I will never forgive him for that because that was a wild experience. But like, yeah, that's probably my craziest working story. And I do not think that would have happened if I was a guy because
Yo.
he has worked with men and I have never heard him ever raise his voice like that to a man. And I have watched how he's interacted with men, and I've watched how he's interacted with women, and it is completely different. So,
The unconscious
yeah.
bias.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds like to me.
Dang.
I don't even know what I said. Sit down. Yeah.
It's
The
like, yeah,
nerve.
okay.
Literally. Oh, and one side note off that, someone who was supposed to be my like little helper manager when I needed extra help because I didn't have a boss again at this time. I told them about the situation that was going on and I said, "Oh yeah, my interim boss is going to be in on the next monthly meeting to make sure nothing like this happens again." And that helper person who is a supposed to be a manager that's above me, right? Goes, "Oh, what'd you do? Go run and tattle on this dude to get that special treatment?"
Ew.
Excuse me.
Ew.
I was like, I
That's
didn't
kinda
even
it's
freaking,
really
I didn't
crazy.
even tell anyone. It was HR.
Right?
So shut the freaking fuck up,
My
bro.
God.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I did, it's not a problem because what happened was wrong. Anyways, I saw the Gossip Girl thing and I was like, wait a minute. I gotta tell this little other side tangent part. The God meetings are now being recorded. That's if they're not in person. And now my business is in person 4 days a week.
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, it kind of there's like recorders and stuff too, but in
That
places that I
requires-
work, people in
Yeah.
places that I have worked, people have started using started recording meetings. Anyways,
I got
so
you. People don't like
Hicks.
being recorded at my business, and I think that's why.
That's a red flag.
Yep.
That's so funny.
Anyways,
Wow.
anyone else got a fun story? Because those are fun, aren't they?
God. I feel like I work in it in I mean the comic industry, which is male dominated, so I have a bunch of one-offs, nothing like, "Oh my god." Everything's just kind of like, "Oh, right, men."
Yep.
But yeah, I think like one of the funniest like continuous things that happen to me is I get set up at shows, expos, everything with my art, and sometimes I'll be with my spouse who is male presenting, and they'll be like, "Oh, we love your art," pointing at my spouse. Like, "This is your work. This is amazing." And I'm just like,
Mm,
"Cool. It's fine." Just the assumption. And like I draw really like it's quote unquote girly looking art sometimes. So I'm just like, okay, whatever, it's fine. But it's just a common like, oh, she couldn't be the one who does it.
Mhm.
It's them.
I
But
assume
Yeah.
girls draw art more than men. I don't like.
yeah,
Ironically, like I shouldn't, but like if I am gonna make a gender assumption on anything, it'd be reversed on that one.
Mhm.
So I
Yeah,
don't.
for sure.
crazy because like the comic industry still it's getting better, but it's very male dominated, and jobs go a lot more towards men still. But
Mhm.
I'm hoping that it just keeps getting better these days.
Kind of like how chefs is actually a male
Yes,
dominated
it's
field.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
fashion
Yeah.
designers too.
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how it's like a
That's
woman's
wild.
like
Yeah.
Mhm.
supposed field, but it's actually male dominated. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah.
Anyone have another story? I mean, I have two, so I'm still trying to decide which one to go with.
I have a story. It is a little bit of a trigger warning, so I do want to
Mhm.
say that there is a little bit of a trigger warning. Nothing nothing
Mhm.
like assault wise or anything like that happened. Um just to get things out of the way, I will be talking about a work story. I do not speak for the brand or the company. Let's get
What
into
kind
it.
of trigger warning? Just so
Yeah.
people are aware.
Mhm.
What
Oh,
kind of
just
trigger-
like a guy making a woman uncomfortable, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of like trigger warning. I was at work. I was vibing. I was doing my thing. I walked out to make sure things were locked up and ready to go. And there's like a couple of groups of guys that are still working there, that are still like on the job site doing stuff. And so I'm like trying to do my own. I'm like doing my own thing, and then I like hear one of the guys is like he's trying like trying to talk to me in Spanish, but I didn't understand him. And then he got my attention. And he's like, "Hey, do you have like one of those packets for like the things that you're selling?" And I was like, "Yeah, I could definitely give you one of those." And then so he was like, "Great." So I got the packet and I'm handing it to him, and I'm using Google Translate to talk back and forth with this guy. And this guy so we're like talking about the business and like the business and the stuff that we sell, basically, because we both work under the same business together or are partnered with the same business. And then he asked me, "How old are you?" And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, "I'm 21." And then I'm 21, but then I like try to move on with the conversation. And then this guy is like, I'm also like trying to move on with the conversation to talk more about the stuff. And then he's like, "Oh, do you know how to dance?" And I was like, "No, I have two left feet." And he goes, "Well, I can teach you how to dance." And I'm like, back to business. So I'm like, back to business conversation. Like back to business conversation. And I'm literally trying to keep this as professional as possible. And then this guy is like, do you wanna go somewhere where I can teach you how to dance? And I was like, no, it's okay. And like meanwhile, there is a language barrier going on here too. Meanwhile, there's a language barrier going on here too. And then he asks me, he's like, do you want to go on a coffee date tomorrow morning? And I was like, no, I think I'm good. Yeah, no quiero bailar. um, and so basically what happened is as soon as that happened, I literally walked into the job shack, locked all the doors, and literally called the community manager. I was like, hey, this is what happened. Stuff like that. I was like, hey, this is what happened. And he was like, absolutely 1000% leave. From what I was told, they did get reprimanded for it, and in fact the entire team got a whole talking to about the situation. But yeah, that's like my most recent crazy work
Mhm.
stories that has happened. And it's that's basically it. That's my story.
Mhm.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
Dang.
The amount of I feel like stories that are out there of
Yeah.
I was
Mhm.
thinking the same thing.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I
I
got pressured to
know-
drink a crap ton on my birthday at a work event, and I kept telling a man to no, and he was a superior, and he just kept telling me to drink, and I said no, and
Bro, I
was
would have
like-
left.
I
Mhm.
we were in Mexico for a work trip, so it was kind of hard.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't
Mm.
really. A
Oh my
way
god,
to
that's
leave.
awful. That's so
Wow.
inappropriate.
Yeah, so then I went to the person who was supposed to be my boss that was there to help me, and he was also drunk and didn't understand when I was like, this guy's making me uncomfortable. He's like, I'm sure he didn't mean to. And I was like,
I hate that
okay.
phrase. Ugh.
Same. Same.
I literally turned to the other girl that was with me and started to cry. She's like, let's go to the bathroom. And I was like, yeah. And
Mhm.
went to the bathroom, started crying, and then we turned around and walked to the hotel and left after that. Luckily, he realized he fucked up and literally called me, messaged me on Teams the next morning at 4 a.m. and was like, I messed up. I don't know what happened. I know I said something wrong. I know I messed up. And the next day, literally spent all day making sure to fix it and reprimanded the man and fixed it. But the fact that I have that story offhand, off rip, is just sad.
Mhm.
How many there are.
Yep.
Anyways, anyone else?
Like I said, I think I have two. I guess I'll start with this one first. This one made me more mad than anything, and I think this is where I also get very hesitant now because I feel like even in my business, so there used to be three people in my business, right? So one of them left because the way contracts and some funding works in Canada is that if you own a business, you have to put it through a business, but some are only available for individual artists. But if you already associated with a business, you can't be an independent artist. It's weird. So she had to leave the company so she could do this grant. And it didn't mean that we still couldn't work together. She just didn't need to be under the business. So I was like, okay. And so it was me and this one other person. And I became the person that as someone who's really organized and does all the stuff and make sure we get paid and make sure all the budgets are and we're spending the money how we're supposed to and doing all that, coordinating everything. I was basically the manager person in our group. And she was more like a creative person and would just show up and basically take all the credit. And so we hired this editor to do editing this project that they needed to get edited and for the screening. And the screening, the mayor was going to be there. We had, I think, a representative from the province was going to be there. We had actual politicians showing up for this event. And she ended up going to the editor's office because they still hadn't edited it yet. And we were supposed to screen this thing that day. So she literally sat there and helped them edit and put this thing together. And I kid you not, like, it was a very factual documentary. They spelled people's names wrong in the credits, and like it was just bad because it was like everything happened so last minute, and they had this footage like weeks before, if not a month before, to like edit this stuff. That it was like, why were you doing it still the day of the event? And so, anyways, um, me and my friend talked about it. We were like, yeah, no, like this thing needs to be edited. We can't put out what's there. It needs to be re-edited. Like we need to get someone else to do this. We'll find someone else. We'll have to find a grant first to pay someone to re-edit this film. And it ended up being because it was part of like it said, informational documentary. So there was another event that happened. So we're like, you know what? Actually, we'll write this grant. We'll get someone to go get additional footage, and we'll end it with this big, huge event that happened in Ottawa. And so we were paying someone to re-edit and add this additional footage to there. So then it became now my job to contact this editing person to say, hey, can I get all of our footage back? Because you give all the stuff in a hard drive, right? Like, hey, here's the hard drive, here's all the documents, like the thing all's on a hard drive. So can I have the hard drives back, please? We're gonna move forward. We're gonna find someone else to finish up the project for us because obviously they didn't do it and we paid them, right? So we only had this person on there because she was friends with them and she knew them, and so she had a relationship with them. But again, like I almost became the person who, like, it became a thing of like I was the person who reprimanded people. I'm the one who's like was like, hey, you're not paying it, you're not doing this thing in time. I'm the one who fired people from things, even though it was like, it was a group decision, but now it was me who had to do it. And so I called this person on the phone and I was like, hey, can I have the hard drives back? We're going to take this footage and we're going to get it edited by someone else. And so I need it back. And he's like, oh, no, but we still need to edit it. We need to fix all those things. I'm like, no, it's fine. We're cool. We're going to get the other editor to work on it. And he's like, no, but we were working on it. I'm like, no. I was like, to be honest, you had this for a very long time and you didn't do what we asked you to do in a timely manner. And we just need someone who's actually going to finish the project on time and meet our timeline and deliverables, because we had them too. And he's like, did you talk to, and he mentions my former business partner. And I'm like, yes, this was a conversation that we both had. And so this is the decision that we've come to, and we are going to do this. And then he says to me, do you have the authority to do this, to make this decision? And I was like,
Bruh.
I'm the business owner. I am the director, the producer, and the executive director of this film.
I am
Period.
that. I am the
I
person.
am the authority. Like, I'm like, and I'm trying to calm down, right? And I'm like, I'm trying not to be like angry, but I'm also like, no, I am the authority. That is the authority. I'm like,
Yeah.
so I'm like, I am the authority. That is me. Can you get me this footage back? And I need you to send it. You don't even have to give it to me. You can give it to like my business partner. And I was like, you can give it to them if you want. I'm more than willing to do that, but you need to give it back to us. And that's the end of conversation. I was just like, really? And like, my business partner is another woman, but this man he's a man, but he's also, it was him and his kids that kind of were like doing the editing thing. And they're not kids, they were adults, but like him and his sons who were doing it. So it was like in that moment, this man is trying to tell me, do you have the authority to make this decision? What? Yes. So that was that was the most frustrating experience of all my whole life, where it's just like, I think I talked about this in the leadership one before that I had like earlier in the day, but like I think that was like the start of like the little things of like people kind of not taking me seriously or not crediting me or not realizing that I was also a owner of the business and that I was the one who made decisions, especially financial decisions. Like I was the one who did all the budgeting and wrote the reports and wrote the grants and did all the stuff. So I know where things are going to be spent. So I was that decision maker. And she was more of like a creative contributor, but not like the business management side. That was me. And so I was like, wow, you don't even know who I am and that I'm an owner? Like, what in the world?
Yeah, for
That you
real.
didn't even know who I was. And it was like one of those things like, huh? So yeah, I feel like those were like the start of the things of like, that made me realize that like, oh, I really need to not only be in places where I'm being respected, but also reminding people that I am a decision maker. I am this person. This is my company. And that, you know, just kind of like making sure to take up that space and remind people, especially when people aren't giving you credit for the things that you're doing or recognizing you for your work, is like reminding people that no, you're the one doing this work. You're the one contributing to that. You know, and so I feel like that was kind of the start of that. And that was like I said, I still remember how angry I was in that phone call when you said that.
No, I feel like that's
Mhm.
a very big point because I feel like I've had situations like that too where like I would have been working with somebody on something and maybe I took a more like behind the scenes role because sometimes, you know,
Mhm.
sometimes I feel like that could be even the more enjoyable parts of things, right? Is that behind the scenes role, and sometimes that's where the credit gets overlooked, unfortunately, in most cases. But I feel like, you know,
Mhm.
I've had situations similar to that where it's like people have just been like, "Hey, yeah, so can I talk to like the actual other person?" And it's just like, okay, but like, you know, there's like
Yeah.
two of us
Mhm.
working on it, you know,
Mhm.
like, you
Yep.
know, the person that you're rushing to talk to, you know,
Mhm.
me and them probably had a discussion. I don't know if you ever thought, like,
Yep.
you know, we might have been in communication. I feel like some people
Crazy.
forget,
Right?
you know. That's
I mean,
that's
Or
yeah.
why.
when they're
Mhm.
the comment that I get all the time. Oh my gosh, the comment that I literally get all the time is like, because I worked as a sales assistant and we're partnered with a construction company, and so they'll be like, "Oh, so the big strong men get to do all the
Mhm.
work and the ladies get to sit in the office."
Mhm.
Brother, you do not understand how hard my boss works to sell
Mhm.
these houses.
Did it
Mhm.
start a shared hype train just now?
Yeah, it
What?
did.
Oh my
Going
god.
on.
Oh my
Mhm.
god,
Oh
hi
my god.
train.
Everyone get on the train.
For sure.
Let's
Choo
do
Thanks,
it.
Benny, for
choo.
the 5 subs. I was gonna type it, but then I
Yay.
realized it's
I like
a shared
trains.
hype train, so I was gonna
Ooh.
shout it out for everyone.
Yippee.
So, like,
Yeah.
if anyone's never done a shared hype train, just to explain it real quick, it's between all the communities. So, no
Mhm.
matter what community you can participate, if you like gift a sub to your streamer that you're in a community with, you'll still get the emotes. But, like, obviously, if you gift it to whoever,
Mhm.
like, the money will go to that streamer. So, like, but
That's
you'll still
cool.
level up so that, like, if we get up to like level 13, I don't know, I'm making up numbers,
Oh,
like you'll get a
yo.
level 13 like emote between everyone's communities.
What is the gold
So
Kappa one level? I don't even know.
no idea. But yeah, so
How fun.
Mhm.
With our
that's what
powers
that is.
combined.
With our powers combined. So
Women
like right now it's at
Mhm.
supporting
level
women.
3. Yeah. So if you're enjoying this
Yo.
conversation and you feel like, you know,
Mhm.
tipping us
You want to support
essentially, there
women.
you go. There you go. You can contribute via the hype train. No,
If you love women.
it was not intentional by any
Yeah.
means,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I was like, you know what? This
Yeah.
is kind
Make
of a
sure
funny
y'all
way to
are
say
good.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a funny way to word it.
No,
Anyway,
it's funny.
sorry.
I love it. No.
Oh shoot.
All
Obsessed.
right,
Just
back to our.
yeah.
back
Does anyone else have
supporting.
anyone over any other crazy stories? And also, if you have any questions, feel free to say them in the chat. I did copy
Yeah.
one from
Yes,
earlier, by the
yes.
way. If you have any
Okay.
questions, feel free to put them in there. I'm
If
copying them in
you
our
know
voice
where,
chat.
Yes. If you guys have questions and you'd like, I think we'd much rather answer any questions about business rather than talk about the crazy stories. As much as I love the crazy stories, I'd rather answer y'all's
Mm-hmm.
questions, I feel. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, but
No, I completely agree. I
Mm-hmm.
was avoiding my crazy story like the plague because I don't have one.
Yeah, I'm like,
I
I
So
have
none.
Mm-hmm.
I have a
I just don't
funny
have one that
crazy
applies to
story.
business. Yeah?
I have a funny crazy story. I used to
Do
work
it.
at Jersey Mike's. That's a sandwich place in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I was working with like the head of like the certain area, and basically what happened is we watched a car running from the police crash into the like welcome to insert city here sign, which is like literally like directly across from the business, and we saw the guy like get out and run away.
Period. Yeah.
And like we literally just watched a police chase in real time.
Please
It
And
was
be
me
wild.
and
careful.
me and the person
Go
me
ahead.
and the person, the head of the area, were both looking at each other like, what the fuck?
You want some like wild Taco Bell stories from when I worked at Taco Bell that have
Yo, the bell. Let's
the
go.
The
bell? I got
Let's get
bell.
some
Baja
wild ones.
blasted.
Some wild ones. Like I had to call the cops 3 times in 1 week at Taco Bell. You want to hear
Yo,
that
it's
story?
lit.
Oh boy. Does anyone have an
What?
actual
Oh,
business one?
somebody has a question.
Oh,
What business would you
oh.
start today?
Oh, that was me.
Aretha
That's me.
asked that to chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
We do have a question from earlier that someone asked. I just
They did?
yeah, we have one from earlier. I just didn't know if everyone was done from their stories, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't need to tell mine.
okay.
That was me filling space. When you needed to.
All right. So the question we had in chat was, so I actually got a good question for you. Do you think the move from cursive to typing in schools was a feminist victory for accessibility, or did we just lose a unique form of self-expression?
Ooh.
Whoa, that's interesting.
So
that I don't know, to be honest. I really don't. Like, I grew up learning cursive, but I know like generation, what is it, alpha or whatever the frick. I know they're not learning cursive anymore.
Wait, really? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Gen Alpha, because when I was a kid, I'm Gen Z, by the way, chat. I'm Generation Z, and we learned both cursive and typing, but I guess they like took it out of the school systems for some reason. Like cursive has stopped being a thing that is taught.
the only thing
Which
they learn, I think, is just how to sign their name because they need that for credit cards and whatever and stuff.
Yeah.
It's
And then they're
wild.
not going to be able to handwrite. Like, would they even know how to like write like stuff in general? If you're not gonna, like if
Mhm.
you're just gonna learn mostly typing and all that, that's crazy.
Hmm.
I feel like there should at least be like legibility understanding of it. Because
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
our baby said, we have
Yeah.
old documents that are only in
Mhm.
cursive and we got to read them down the line.
Mhm.
But I'm not really sure of the connections to both. I'm all about like making things accessible, like
Mhm.
absolutely for sure. But I think there should also be the general like cultural, I guess, passing down of the info.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
that is cursive so that it can be understood. So it's kind of like a mixed bag for me.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Because also it really
I-
depends
Writing
on.
practice too.
I didn't know cursive was a
Yeah.
female thing, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
Fair
I'll-
enough.
So
I'll
I learned that from the question, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it was either, because I think the other thing too is like how people write has evolved over time. Because if you think of like cursive, like old documents, like like constitutions and things like that, the countries are based on. Trying to read those, you're like, what?
Yeah.
Like you have to almost like you have to be like, okay, obviously this is how this was done. But even like reading old like ledgers, if you ever do any like ancestry research, you could look at like ledgers of like censuses and stuff and like how that's written, like knowing that stuff. I don't think it's hard to learn that specifically, but yeah, I guess signing your name is one thing, but um
But
Yeah, I don't
technically,
know.
legally speaking, your signature is any mark that you put on paper or digitally that
Mhm.
is intended to represent like you
Mhm.
giving consent for whatever you are doing.
Yeah.
I learned that in business law. So,
That's
Business
why
law.
back in the day there was a lot of treaties that were signed where this is how land was usually stolen from people. Um, and it's called Make Your Mark, and it's because they didn't read English, and they didn't understand what they were signing. So a lot of people lost land because they literally just put an X and they were like, "Oh, you signed it." And that's how a lot of people like took away land from people as well. I'm actually working on a screening for a re-release of a documentary that's being put out. And one of the things that we did was this company, not we, but the company, um, they worked with an elder who knows how to write in Cree and in Cree syllabics, which is an indigenous language, and like the syllabics, like actual like the symbols and stuff. And uh and one of the things, the reason why they did it in that language, because this person technically was Métis and not Cree, and but Cree are Métis as well, but um, is that they found a document of this person's grandmother where she signed a document in Cree syllabics, and that was her signature, was writing it in there. And it's like, so yeah, it could be anything. It could be, it could be a happy face. It could be anything.
yeah,
Um,
Yeah.
it just made me think of the Happy Face Killer, which is a documentary TV show
crazy.
thing online.
It's,
Don't do that.
okay. No, Mousy, but actually though.
Mhm.
The question in chat is, as a female leader, what has been the most significant barrier in your career? Um,
That's a great question.
mm,
That answer
my
was completely satire, by the way. That was
no,
completely humor and satire, I promise.
mine that actually low key is my answer
I was
is
gonna say the same.
no, mine actually is men, but in the form of sexism. Like it,
Yes.
it
Yeah.
literally is sexism. Like this last year, I asked in July of 25. I said, "Hey, according to our development charts, I'm doing everything that needs to be done to be the next role to be promoted. Why have I not been promoted?" And their answer was that I am not professional enough. And I said, "Oh, interesting. How come no one has given me feedback on this? Like, what have I done that is not professional enough?" And they said that my tone in the meeting
Oh
was,
my god.
yeah, the tone in my meeting was a little too harsh.
Oh.
Um, and I was like, interesting. If you don't know, that is a textbook, like, sexist sentence to say that women are just like it's a textbook thing.
Mhm.
And so then this was something that not my boss put as feedback, but a different manager who I kind of know is sexist. But all the managers technically in the department get a say in succession planning. Had brought up, and my boss was new to being my boss because of a restructure. So he couldn't like technically be like, this is a lie, because like he had just become my boss. So he's like, I want to develop you out of this, so let's make a plan going forward, blah blah blah, right? And I go, all right, so tell me then when I'm not being professional. Like, just directly tell me, message me on Teams, be like, when you did this and this and this, it wasn't professional, and then that way I know. I've It's March. All right, I don't know how many months that is, but I'm gonna say 9 off the top of my head. That might be right. I don't know. I have yet to receive a single message, and we had our like year-end review, and they're like, "It's become one of your strengths now." And I'm like, "Oh, weird. I didn't do anything different." Um, so like when I am saying men are my barrier, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Like they legitimately do things differently. and when the professionalism comment came up, I literally said, there is a double standard here because that exact manager who said the tone comment in the office that day said, I think I'm going to need a wet wipe because my ass is going to need a wet wipe. Or sorry, I'm saying this wrong, but I think I'm going to need a wet wipe for my ass because of how much diarrhea I'm going to have from all these hot sauces I had for lunch. Like,
Oh.
literally, those swore, like, actually said ass, the wet wipe because of diarrhea and everything. Like, said that in the office. Like, how you're going to say that's professional? Cool. Another manager that is at this level, again, these are managers that are like 2, 3 levels up from like what my position title is technically. Um, Another one, like there's like turnstiles you have to go through sometimes to get in to the office. And it's like, oh, that one sometimes gets stuck. And then when it gets stuck, it's just a straight shot to the ball sack. And I'm like, you're saying that to me. I like
But
how
the
is
minute
that
any of us
professional?
say something like that, it's
I
like
was
all
just
hell
gonna
breaks
say that.
loose.
Just gonna
Like,
say that.
right. And I'm just like, this is
Yeah.
Agreed.
crazy. And
Yep.
so like those are literally I literally said I re- I did not say the ball sack sentence. I literally said talked about his genitals. Like I did not say ball sack because I was like this is not going to go well if I say that.
Yeah.
Um but like I did say the diarrhea one word by word because I was like this is wild. But like I was like this just happened. Then this other guy is like talking about his genitals. Like these are things that are happening and I have written and documented by date. I have it written down, dated, who did what, all of that stuff. I also have screenshots documented of people like one manager told me I didn't know how to do my job in a Teams message with my manager in there, and he
Mm.
didn't do jack shit in the fucking freaking message. I'm so sorry. I'm getting passionate. Um, and he just like straight up said, "You don't know what you're doing." And the funny thing is, I did know what I was doing. He didn't know the context. He just was talking without knowing what we were doing fully. So it's like men literally are my barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I'm good. Someone else talk.
I well, I was like, it's kind of a half joke because like I would say that men are also my barrier, but like the biggest thing that drives me up a wall is the fact that like I'm young and for some reason that like feels like like men feel the need to flirt with me, especially in the workplace. Like they feel the need to like flirt with me or like do things that they wouldn't normally do if they were talking to a man. And that's the part that really pisses me off because I'm just like, "Oh, I'm just a pretty face to you, nothing more." Like you have no
Mm-hmm.
idea that I have my associate's degree in business. You have no idea that like I'm not all looks. I'm just like your personal eye candy, which like makes
Yeah.
me uncomfortable and infuriated. Like I get it. I'm young, I'm cute, I'm beautiful, but like keep it to yourself. Keep it
Absolutely.
to yourself. We are in the workplace.
Yeah.
Yeah. To add to that, I would just say that I was gonna say very similarly. My biggest barrier isn't necessarily men per se, but I'm gonna say being a woman in just the system in general. And then men that have been applauded in that system for their insane behavior has just been like a side effect of that. I have to work twice as hard because I'm a woman. I have to make sure I'm constantly presenting myself well. I have good energy. My cats are gonna fight. Please ignore them. It's with love, I promise. um yeah, it's just it's really hard. The system and the way the system is set up for men where they literally just have to show up and do nothing but make a stupid joke and they get a promotion for it when I do everything literally correct and then I still have to further prove myself or they'll just look for a reason like Hockey said like oh well your tone I have RBF really bad they'll be like maybe you should present yourself
Smile
differently I
more.
have
Oh.
exactly I have to make sure my tattoos are covered or I don't have colored hair in some situations. I'm sorry I'm moving my whole setup so my cat can walk easier, a little distracted. Um, but but yeah, just little things like that. So while it is like men per se, I'm gonna genuinely say it's more so just being a woman in an environment that has been set up for men, especially in the various industries that we're all in, like Twitch, streaming, gaming, all that fun stuff. It's typically set up for men. And then of course trying
Yeah,
to make our way, it's not easy.
that's probably the correct way to word it, but like yeah, it's being a
Yeah.
woman, but like the reason why being a woman is difficult is because yeah,
The
I don't know.
system.
Of
The
the
It's
systems
system
that
and
are
what
in
we're
I guess
place.
faced
it's the
with. Yeah.
system. Yeah. If you want to point at
But like you
That
guys
ties
aren't
into
wrong though
stereotypes.
either. Like
Mhm.
Yeah.
everything you guys said are it's a very, very real problem in and of
Mhm.
itself as well.
Yeah. And I think just
Yeah.
the fact that like there's also it's still going. There's not really like
Yeah.
a lot of improvement that has
It's getting
occurred. It,
worse very
yeah,
rapidly.
yeah. So it's just like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how you spell
Dang.
unconscious. But it's okay. The unconscious
Yeah.
bias.
You know what's so funny? I totally just read unconscious and didn't even see that it was misspelled. I'm like, yeah.
Me either.
Uh,
I was like, yep, absolutely.
yeah.
I hadn't even looked at chat yet, and I was like, "What?"
Ooh.
But yeah.
But
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
for me, I
yeah.
feel like it's mostly been in just hobbies for me, like
Mhm.
the things that I like, especially with like gaming stuff. I feel like that's where it's become the most real to me. I feel in the sense of like I don't know, like for me personally, like I never really got into gaming that much before Twitch. So kind of like Twitch is kind of like the reason why like I ended up playing a lot more and like doing more stuff that were like that. Because before that, I was like, oh, I would never dream of doing it in a million years because girls won't really do games and blah 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 blah. Which I'm kind of glad like a lot of that stuff is a lot less like that these days.
Mhm.
That's one thing that really like makes me really happy about because even though there's still a long way to go with stuff like that, it really in some ways, is positive signs, which is good. But I
Mhm.
feel like there's been times where, like, especially, I don't know if you guys ever followed like any of the role play scenes, but I love role playing on the side. That's kind of like my hobbies and stuff. And I've been part of like some servers with people, and I feel like that's been like the point where it's been like the most real to me. Where
Mhm.
there'll be times where I'm like, hey, I'm having fun, and then now it's like, oh, I'm getting treated this way because they know that I'm a girl or because I choose to play a girl character or whatever, And it's like, no, I actually like acting and I like role playing with friends and this is like my safe space to like,
Mhm.
you know, have fun and hang out with people and now it's becoming something that it's not, right? So and I feel like for me that's the point where I always find it the most irritating more than anything else.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean I I think many of our fields are usually male dominated. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely agree that that'd probably be one. But I think for me as well, like one of my biggest barriers, I guess, of my career is mental health. And I think the hard part is because most people don't know I'm introverted because I'm like very outgoing. I talk a lot, and but like people are such an energy drain for me. Like there's points
On
where I'm like,
God.
I am done peopling today. I'm exhausted. I'm done. I need to not talk to anyone. Like even meetings where I've gone to like things like functions or things like where I'm talking to people all day and then there's the after party and I'm like I can't.
Like I'm thinking about
I
that.
can't. I'm like, and they're like, it's free. We'll like drive you there. There's going to be more networking there. And like, because a lot of times I'm going to things that have like the actors from the show and stuff like that. And I'm like, I just can't. Like, I'm just so done. Like, I just want to not see another person like for the next, like maybe night. And I don't even know. And it's like, if I don't go to this thing right now, then I can't get there. Cause usually it's like you get on a bus and you go to this location or whatever. And so I'm like, but I'm so done being like peopling today. And also I do have an anxiety disorder. Like I have general anxiety disorder. So I have anxiety, like I have test anxiety. I have, you know, uh just anxiety of like being in big crowds with people. So I've had to overcome a lot. So even doing that, the masking that I have to do to like be out with people with huge groups of people, like even that takes a lot of energy out of me. So again, I just like sometimes I'm like I'm just done for the day. I'm so done. And so I know there's probably been opportunities where I probably could have met someone or talked to someone or networked or talked to the right people or did something. But I'm like I can only do so much. My brain is done. My anxiety is taken over and that my um I always say like even in those big crowd of networking, I'm just looking for that extrovert to adopt me and take me so that they can like I had a friend one time and she was like, "Do you know this person from this network? Do you know this person?" I'm like, "No, I don't." She's like, "Well, you're going to meet them today." And so she like literally took my hand and introduced me to all these people and I'm like, "Yes, this is what I needed. Thank you." Because
Yeah.
I knew who they were. I was just too shy and too scared to go up and say hi at that time.
Yeah.
And I needed her to do that introduction. And they were like, they gave me their cards. They said, give me a call, blah, blah, blah. I told them about my projects I was working on. And, and like she helped me with like all that stuff. And I was like, oh my goodness. So the next year I went, I was like, okay, where's my next extrovert? Yeah. So I feel like that has been a big barrier in my life is mental health and like working that and knowing like, what are your barriers with that? And how do we then find tools or find the people or find the mentor or find the someone to help you kind of overcome those things and not bury it, not always mask it, but kind of work within it so that you can hopefully, have it not be so much of a barrier, but like just understanding that it's there and that it's just another hurdle that you have to do, especially working in business where networking is so important.
Yeah.
I feel like
Anyone
for
else?
me, my
Oh,
own
sorry.
barrier is my
Oh.
own self, to be honest, is what I would say.
Yeah.
In the sense that, like there's been times where
Mhm,
I'm like, damn, this could have been really, really good if I just kept going with it, because I
mhm,
feel like a lot of the times the hard part is starting, but another thing is also keeping it up too, right? So I feel like for me, there's been times where I'm like, you probably would have kept going if you just kept going. Who knows where
mhm,
would that have went, right? So
Yeah.
I just I'm trying my best to like learn more to be like it's okay to like continue going and
mhm,
you know don't stop because I feel like imposter syndrome is very, very real, especially
Yeah.
like
mhm,
even in content creation in general too, right?
mhm,
Just because you went through one thing that's bad, you're like, okay, well, I want to give up, or the contrary, where something's really, really good and you just feel like it's too good to be true, and you're just
Yeah.
like, well, maybe this shouldn't be me, but it's like, no, you should just keep going. Because I feel like for me, especially, like I am number one person of when something good happens, I'm like, okay, perfect. Now I'm just gonna go disappear for another 6 months,
Yeah.
So, and people are just like, okay, well, why aren't you continuing? And I'm like, yeah, now it's like the pressure of everything and keeping it
mhm,
going sometimes just makes you want to just shut down. But just
Yeah.
Yeah.
knowing when that happens and being like, hey,
mhm,
gotta keep going.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
huge.
Sorry, she's
Yeah.
hungry. My dog
mhm.
is hungry. She wants her
Mm.
dinner.
I
I was
think a
gonna
couple
say.
of quick things to add. Oh, sorry.
Oh, did we like? Because I know 3 hours was like
Mhm.
technically our
Yeah.
time commitment. Did we want to finish this question and wrap up, or did like I mean, Mousy, like you can go feed your dog while maybe someone's talking. But did we want to like keep going and like people are good, like people want to answer the other two questions that were in chat, or like does people have that time, or do we want to wrap up because people like have a hard stop at 3 hours? Like I want to respect people's time. That's my inner business coming out. Um, like what's everyone's like time and stuff?
I
Just
definitely
wanna.
understand if, others have to
Mhm.
like go do their thing, but I'm good for time. I definitely want to make sure if you guys have thoughts that you still want to say
Yeah.
said, if any questions are still
Yeah. I still
Mhm.
asked,
want to
like
give people
I
on
have
this
time,
question
but
specifically, but
yeah.
Mhm.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
after this question, like, there's two more that came through,
Yeah.
but like, if people don't have time, we
I'm
can
personally good.
stop.
I'm
Yeah.
good as
I'm
well.
okay right now. I'll have dinner eventually, but I'm okay right now.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I was planning on doing a long stream anyways because I wanted
Okay.
to play some Minecraft. Uh, I love me
Okay.
some Minecraft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyways, you can keep going, Spice. I just wanted
Yeah.
to ask because
Oh
of
yeah.
time. I didn't. I
Mhm.
just wanted to
Yeah.
quickly
Yeah.
ask.
Yeah. Yeah,
What?
chat, y'all okay? Hydrate. Everyone take a quick
Yeah.
Yeah,
swig
chat.
of
You
water.
you
Yeah.
you make your own decisions, chat. You do
Yeah.
you, boo boos.
Chat, do what you want. But no, yeah, quick little piggyback off all of that before we get to the
Mhm.
next question is number one, don't be afraid to ask for help.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm still not good at that technically sometimes, but asking for help is so important. Because the worst thing someone can say is no, and it's like, okay, move on to someone else to ask for help. And also protecting your peace and taking care of yourself. There are boundaries that are definitely allowed to be put up in business. And do that for yourself. You got to protect your peace as well.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything for that question? Like what their biggest barrier for women being a leader in? Wow, I know words.
Britta. Sorry. I'm just Britta.
Otherwise, the next one that kind of came in was looking back, what critical career decisions most shaped your trajectory?
Oh,
Mhm.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
I can be pretty quick with this one.
Go
I know
ahead.
I'm being quick for once. I mentioned a lot earlier the stepping stones and stuff like that, and I felt like when I was hopping from stepping stone to stepping stone, I felt really lost along the way, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I was like kind of shitting on myself a little bit, being like, "Oh my God, like you can't stay at a job, you can't do this, you can't do that." But then like once I got on a bunch of different stepping stones, I could start to see it. I was like, whoa, wait, these were purposeful. These were all meant to come together. And so, like, although there isn't one like particular specific moment that comes to mind, I think about those stepping stones so much, and it almost is like a light switch. Like I could physically feel and see it in my brain where I was like, oh my gosh, every single moment up until now, whether it was a job, a friendship, or whatever, so many little moments led up to this. Where, like, 10 years ago, if you went up to younger me and was like, girl, what do you think you're going to be doing in 10 years? I wouldn't say streaming, gaming, none of that. Where, like, or any of the stones I've even stepped on. So like it's kind of cool to see like it come together naturally and organically because yeah, it's always what you don't expect, honestly.
Livia, you alive over there, Livia?
I think she had to leave.
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure.
did she say that?
No, she didn't say anything. Maybe she disconnected. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, I was like, did she
Um,
say that? I thought she said she was good, and then yeah, I see. There's she's gone from the Discord too, actually.
yeah, I can send her a message. Where is she?
But she's still live on Twitch, I think.
Yeah.
Oh nope, she's not live on Twitch.
She
Okay.
probably had to go.
Sees. Maybe I didn't. Maybe she did have to go, and we just didn't hear her say that.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I thought. Oh. Whoops. We're crazy. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Livia.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry
Thank
I
you,
didn't hear
Livia.
that.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna log off, but okay. Anyways, uh, ADHD brain. Critical career decisions that most shaped your trajectory. Anyone
Uh,
else?
yeah, I'll do a quickie. The one thing that I did at first was I found someone that like I really admired in the industry, and I was like, "Oh, I want to be just like them." And so like I ended up getting mentored by them at first and just kind of like seeing their process of doing things, and turns out it wasn't exactly like what I had in mind, nor was it really like something that I found to be like sustainable. And I was just kind of like, oh well, what do I do now? And so like this was very early on in my career, and it finally like got me to be like, no, I need to go and like learn from multiple people.
Mhm.
Just broaden your scope of your industry, of your experience, of everything. Don't just like beeline to one personal like goal or one personal end point. There can be so many variables, there can be so many inspirations, there can be so many things to like pick from, and not everything has to be by the recipe when it
Mhm.
comes to your form of like success, your form of goal achieving. Everything is so different. So like because it doesn't work one way for you or for someone else, it could work for you or vice versa. So yeah, just spontaneity will happen, and I think
Mhm.
that's just something that someone like me, I'm not good with spontaneity, but it comes in business, and sometimes it's for the better.
Mhm.
Um,
What was the question again?
What critical
I
career
forgot.
decision most shaped your trajectory?
Mm.
so
Uh,
actually, I
yeah.
have a big one.
Mhm.
Um, that a lot of people don't take necessarily, or at least didn't in my college, um, or my career path usually doesn't take. Um, so I said I have my CPA license, which is true. That's not like a lie or anything. But um, so I went to school, got my like accounting degree. I had my master's, all that fun stuff, got my CPA license, and like I have all that because the what typically in college when you get your accounting degree and do all that malarkey, the path that the school shoves down your freaking throat is that you should go into public accounting. What public accounting is that you do either tax or audit, which means you go and work for like a firm, an accounting firm, where you provide the service of auditing another company or doing tax services for another company. And like auditing would be like you go and audit their financials to make sure that their financials are good so that like when you as an investor like go and read someone's financials that are publicly held, they get audited so that it basically helps you make sure that you feel like it's not like a like an Enron situation where it's all messed up kind of stuff. If you know what Enron is, I know I might be throwing things out that people don't know, but basically a sketchy company. Um, it sounds soul crushing. It is. So they shove that down everyone's throat. Like, you should go and do that for at least 3 to 4 years and then go work for a business doing accounting or finance. Because after you get 3 to 4 years of doing public accounting, then you have all this experience that will open up all these doors. Oh. I basically did an internship in both, they call it private accounting, when you go and do accounting for a business rather than going and doing public accounting, the audit and tax route. I did an internship in both public and private to like learn. Like, did I like both? Did I not? I didn't hate either, or I didn't hate public accounting. I liked private accounting, obviously, because that's what I'm doing. Um, I went through the whole normal process. I there's like and when you do the public accounting internship process at my university, typically you get a job offer at the end. The business that I interned with ended up um merging with another business, so they didn't hire or offer anyone full-time jobs that interned with them because they were merging with another business. So they didn't have roles to give. So I didn't get one, which meant I had to go find a full-time job. So I interviewed with a bunch of companies. I did a bunch of private and a bunch of public. Um at the end of it, I obviously chose private based on like my decisions, but I had offers from public and private. Like I could have gone either or. And that was like a huge critical career decision because I could have gone public. The thing about public accounting is you get paid just as much coming out of college as you do private. When you work in private accounting, you work 40 hours to 45 hours a week. You go to public accounting, you work 50 to 60 hours a week from
Mhm.
January to March. And that's if you're at a nice firm. And then 40 hours the rest of the year. But you still get paid the same. So
Ayo.
who's doing better there? And then people are like, "Oh, but in the later years, when you guys get, I swear to God, Oscar, he's trying to lay on my keyboard. Um when you get all these raises later, you'll be making less if you go private accounting versus public. I'm here to tell y'all, which almost no one cares, I make the same as my friends who are still in public accounting to this freaking day. So, like, that is also a myth and a lie. So it's like, that is something that's been a huge, like, critical career decision that, like, shaped my trajectory. Um like, that was a big thing that changed everything for me, that I am very glad I did. Um as well as something I just did, which was opening my own business, but I think that's going to be a huge change in trajectory as well. Crossing my fingers on that one. But yeah. Also getting mentors. I think that's huge.
Mhm.
What the fuck? Are you okay? Oh, okay. You just dropped your toy on the floor. Okay. I just hear like a huge like thunk, and I'm like, what did my dog just do?
Oh, your computer crashed. Okay, so you didn't tell us you had to leave and we just ignored you. Okay. Oh my God. Lydia, we thought you said, I gotta go. And like, we just like completely ignored you.
I know. I
Well,
saw.
he
I,
felt
s- I saw the
very
post.
bad.
I saw the post when you were talking, so I was like, I was reading it. I was like, ah.
I literally, I know I hate you.
Said
I
bye.
felt so,
Just
I
say you
literally,
hate us. It's
Yeah.
okay.
oh, I felt so bad. I was like, oh my God. Like, we missed it. Like, I swore everyone said they were good. Oh my, I literally
Mhm.
felt so bad. Anyways,
Mhm.
anyone else have any
Um,
career stuff?
if you want to go simply, you can go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. My friend just messaged me on Discord and he's like, just a friendly reminder, stop touching your face after touching the cat. Sincerely, allergy sufferers. I'm not touching my face because I want to. It's because I have face on my hair. I have hair on my face now. And I'm like, it's all in my nose. And I'm like wiping off all this hair. Yeah, I'm allergic
That's
to these
fair.
cats, but I did take my allergy medication today. But yes,
Oh, gotcha.
to answer the question, yeah, it's one of those things where I think it's a huge leap to fully like um like decide to jump in and survive only on the business that you have, because it is scary, like I had mentioned before, like, unless you pay into it, which you can, there are programs that you can. I'm sure this is same in the States as well, but like, you could pay into like, unemployment. You can pay into like, like employment insurance and all that stuff. But you have to actually pay into it. If you don't pay into it, and I don't really make enough money to pay into it. So, when I got sick and was off work, like I had to basically live off the contract that I had, but I still had deliverables that I had to do. And so it wasn't like I could take that time off. I just found a different way to do it that worked for me so that I could still get my deliverables done. And so for me, it was like a huge learning lesson about, taking that leap. Cause yeah, prior to me going into contract business and like even working more on my full time, because I would do filmmaking basically on the side. I would do it on the evenings and weekends. I would take time off work and I would do it. And I actually used to work for the government. I used to work for the Ministry of Education. and and so, but I hated that job. It was so soul crushing. And I had, employment insurance. I had a medical expense account. I had, stuff that I was paying into for my retirement for later on in life. But I decided I was like on stress leave at one point because I was actually also having issue with my manager there. And it was in that moment that I was like, I don't think 9 to 5 businesses are for me because I need that flexibility. And as someone, now that I know this better, I actually did get like a full ADHD test. And I actually had to do this thing where it was like a neurological test where I don't know if you all did this, but I had to do this thing where I had to like click a button. And there was like there was this thing where this ones and twos showed up on a screen, and I had to click a button every single time I saw one. And then they said one or two, and I had to do that. And then the last part of that test was it was a combination of the both. So if you saw or heard the number one, you had to click a button. And it went on for like 15 minutes. When I tell you, I was like so over it. I was like, I
just hearing
don't
it.
even know if I'm hitting the one or not, but I'm done. And oh my God, has it's been going on forever. Are we done yet? Like, so apparently that test showed that when I am not interested in it, I am done. I am done. And that's why I've thrived in environments where change happened a lot. So if I had a monotonous 9 to 5 where I got up and I did the same thing every day, I was just done. And I didn't want to be there anymore. I didn't want to do it anymore. I was just done. And I was like, and so when that test came back, when it was showing my neurological like outcome of this test, I was like, yeah, no, that is me. That is me with working out. I get really into working out in certain things, but like after 2 weeks, I'm done. I'm like, oh, this is boring now. I don't want to do this anymore. So I always have to find something new.
Yeah.
And like it always has to be something new. And I think that's why I liked filmmaking because projects are always different. Like maybe I'll work on them for like a year or two, but once they're done, I'm on to something new. And then once that's done, I'm on to something new. Like I need that newness all the time to keep me interested. Because if not, my brain is like, I don't want to do this. And I will do everything and I will find the most creative ways to not have to do this. And so yeah, I learned that from that. That was the last 9 to 5 that I had. I 100% had, um, you know, even the work that I do now, it is, although I do program this film festival year, it's still different because it's different events. I do things differently. It's different films every time. So there's still a difference and new that is always happening. And I need that. I need that for me and how my brain works, and how I work on things. And so, knowing that was probably the biggest scary thing because yeah, I now have this job and the structure that I love and works for me and my brain and how my brain works. And I also, uh but I also have this sense of instability that I'm like, okay, so once this contract ends, I need to make sure I either get a new contract or do something else or get something else or start working on a new film project, so I need to get another grant. So again, it's like where is my money going to come from? I need to constantly think about years in advance or like even months in advance of like, okay, coming up, my contract's going to end soon. I'm going to need money to come in to replace that so that I could live and make a living.
During your talk, I just realized why I don't like my current job. So, yeah, it's not the variety part that you're talking about because I have variety.
Mhm.
It's literally because I don't do analytical work in my current role.
Mhm.
I just had the freaking epiphany, and I'm like, why the hell did I not realize this was my problem earlier?
Yeah.
This also I feel like was ADHD brain there a little bit, but
Mhm.
Don't look at me, get the toy. Like, why are you staring at me?
anyways,
I'm not gonna pick it up.
thank you for making me
Sorry.
solve this problem in my head. Anyways,
Sorry, my dog is being a drama queen.
but I think that's all valid. Anyway, go ahead.
the biggest trajectory for me was the limitations of my kind of new body after COVID-19
Mhm.
because I was so used to like I used to be very
COVID
fit. Like I
19 is not
used to be
real.
a
No.
don't do that to me, please. The PTSD. Um, please. It's just the way my body had formed was new. And so I've basically have had to basically set up like a basically the limits and the maximums that I can handle. I know what I can and can't handle. And I cannot tell you the amount of times, it's probably more than my fingers and toes, that people have literally questioned me and they're like, "Are you sure you can't do this? Are you sure you can't do that?" It's my body. It's my disability. If I'm telling you that it's not going to work for me, it's not going to work for me. And so being validated in that, and also because I'm in business administration, most of the internships are sales. And I'm talking outdoors, sale to sale, like sales to sale, 12 hour days, 60-hour weeks, only making off of like commission pay. I physically cannot do that. My fibromyalgia would like destroy me basically. Like and so I'm happy with the job that I have now because it's a mix of like moving around, but it's also like also sitting down, so it's not too bad, but it's like the biggest trajectory for me is definitely like what can I handle versus what can't I handle? You know what I
Mm.
mean?
You only get sales with your business administration degree?
Most of the internships that are out are for sales. There are ones
Mm,
for human resources. There's some for marketing, there's some for finance, but most of it is just sales. They just like put you
interesting.
into that summer heat, and I'm just like, can't do that. My body, because I have fibromyalgia, my body
Well,
cannot
right, right,
regulate
right.
being super hot or super cold very
Mhm.
well.
No, I get that. I just was surprised with the sales part.
Oh yeah, we even had a career
Mm.
fair, and like all of most like a good 2/3 of the businesses are like, we're looking for summer sales interns, and it's just like you're gonna go door to door, and I'm just like, what? There was one where it was like, yeah, you're gonna be working like
Mm.
180 hours a week. I was like,
Boy,
I wonder if it was because my school was known for accounting that was not the uh situation for our school.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. I kind of wish there was more stuff in the career fair than just like summer internship sales. Like,
yeah.
Mm.
because most of those sales are door to door. Most of
Yeah,
those are like
that's
door
rough.
to door.
Mhm.
And I can't, like, I physically can't do that, which is why I'm happy with the job that I have. But, like, that's not to say that's the only internship that's out there. Because
Right, 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 right.
my internship last year was literally in, like, working in the government, working as a human resources intern. Can't tell you anything about what happened there because NDA.
Respect.
um, but and I'm now looking towards like right now. What I'm looking towards right now is defining an internship with DEI, which is diversity and
Mm. Yeah.
equity and inclusion. That is something that really interests me,
Yes.
and I wanna like dabble a little bit more in that field because if I really like it, then I really wanna go for
No,
that.
do
Yeah,
it.
do
No,
it.
like
I
actually
love where
though,
you're going with that.
oh my gosh. Offline, we could talk about like what the DEI people do at my business if you want to know more.
I
Because
know
like
we had
I
a
could tell
so
you so
for my
much.
human resources internship, we got to network with like people all around the business. So we got to meet with with a DEI head, and he is such a sweet guy. Oh my god, you could talk his ear off for
I
hours.
I worked a lot with our DEI department because I ran our women in finance committee for like
I
3
see.
years until they disbanded it. So uh I know a lot about our DEI initiatives and stuff. So um if you want to know some stuff I can talk to you offline
Yes, I
about
would
it.
love
But
I would love for you to talk my ear off about DEI.
I
Cause
will
also like with
do so.
DEI, because it's like the government, there were so many volunteer opportunities, and I got to
Mm,
go to this festival of like
we're getting off
60
topic.
different, where it was like no worries, where it was like 60 different countries from like different like continents. So you had Europe, you had Asia, you had um like South America, you had Africa, like the whole nine yards.
So cool. Anyways, sorry, we're derailing a little, guys.
It's
Sorry, so sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
But
love
like
DEI. Like, if I could actually go back and choose like another career, I actually did, but would like probably go down DEI like road and do stuff like that
Mhm.
that you're talking about. Like because I love doing it. Oh, it's so fun.
the only sad part is that there's so much fear mongering with DEI. Like there's so many
Yeah.
things out there about like it's just like a job hire thing, but it's so much more than a job hire thing.
It
It's so much
helps
more than a job
so
hire thing.
Mhm.
it brings so much joy to the workers and stuff. Like there's so much positive stuff. But anyways,
Especially for like sorry, it's well last thing I promise. Especially for like religions, especially for people who celebrate Ramadan,
Mhm.
who are Christian, Catholic, um,
Mhm.
Hindu, like whatever religion you are, there's DEI has those accommodations, is set for those accommodations. It's not just a lot of people think that DEI is just about race. It's not just about race. It's about race, religion, and
Sure.
ethics involving that and how to create a safe and comfortable work environment.
we literally have celebrations for Chinese New Year and yeah, Ramadan and all that stuff. And they like cater in food for the specific religions and all that stuff. It's so
I'm
good.
so jealous.
Anyways,
'Kay.
we're not gonna get off this topic if we keep going. I'm so sorry.
You gotta cut us off now.
All right.
We gotta go. Unless anyone else had something else
Nope.
on that topic.
Nope. Nope. Not good.
Okay. The next question was like,
Oh, I think my dog has something she wants to say.
Oh.
You have anything
How-
to say?
Yeah.
Before we hop
has-
into the next question, I hate to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
that
yeah.
guy, not to cut you off. I'm so sorry. I do
No, you're
have
good.
to run, and I don't want to have to run in the middle
Okay.
of that. But
Yeah.
I'm grateful to be here, and I hope you guys have a great time with this last question. I'm excited to hear all about it and the
Yep.
answers. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. I hope you all have a
Yeah,
great rest of
you
your
Thank
day,
you so much for
too.
your
coming.
weekend. Yeah, of course. It's
Yes.
great to meet you all. Bye,
Yes.
Okay,
everybody.
bye.
Bye.
Okay.
For those of you who are curious, my dog is named Moira. She is a purebred chocolate lab. She's 3 years old, and yes, she is named after the character from Overwatch.
Oh. Okay.
Oh my god.
Y'all probably dip after the next question just to make sure.
'Kay.
'Cause my
Yeah.
brain
Yeah.
is dipping.
I think we'll end on that.
Yeah.
last one. Oh lord. Okay.
'Kay.
The last question. How has neurodivergence or any kind of affliction been considered in the business career? Yeah, I'll just ask that part. The rest of it was other words. Anyways.
So I'll go
Mhm.
first because I'll be quick. I
Go
have
for it.
not been formally diagnosed with anything. I don't know what neurodivergence I am. My
Mhm.
therapist just calls me neurodivergent. I can't afford the test, so I'm just gonna go with things are brewing up there. The only thing I know for sure is that I have anxiety, but the thing that I do is I've been learning to set boundaries a little bit easier
Mhm.
as of lately, which has been a big help. It's still weird to me sometimes because I've said no to more projects in the past year than I have in my whole life, and I feel like I'm offending someone each time. But I just have to tell myself, no, 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 that's part of the process. It's okay. And I think just sharing that with the self-care. I always preach self-care, but sometimes I forget to implement it myself. Um to protect my peace, protect my brain and all of that so that if as soon as something feels difficult, overbearing and hard, take a step back and see what's realistic and what is necessary at the time. Don't overfill your bowl, don't overfill your cup if you don't need to. And yeah, that's all I can do for now. Neurodivergent workers, y'all are amazing and navigating for everything that with the knowledge you have of yourself, for sure.
I'll be super quick. It's the way that I do tasks. So what I do, especially when I do homework, I'll do a homework assignment, I'll reward myself or do something else for like 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'll do another assignment and then reward myself or do something for like 10 or 15 minutes. So I'll be like, "Oh, I just finished this homework assignment. I'm going to fold and put away my laundry. Oh, I just did another homework assignment. I'm going to scroll on TikTok for like 10 minutes. Oh, I just finished another assignment. I'm going to play a game of Valorant." Like that's how I
Mhm.
do stuff.
Tasking. I like it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have a lot of. It's kind of hard because working in an office is not as flexible,
Mhm.
per se. I have this last year actually told people that I'm autistic. Only really my boss and a few people that I trust at work, because a lot of people still look down on neurodivergency. So I don't really tell everyone, especially with being in a place where there's a lot of. I say this because it's generically, stereotypically Republicans. I'm not saying all Republicans are that way, but typically, like being in a red Republican area, like a lot of people think that way. So yeah, I don't really tell everyone. On your note of not being diagnosed, I'm not officially diagnosed, but my therapist says like I actually don't need to be able to tell them like, hey, I'm autistic, and like they don't need to know that I'm not officially diagnosed. Um, so in that aspect, like I'm not, because one, the test costs $4,000 to $5,000, and the only benefit I would get is having a piece of paper that tells me. Like
Yeah.
there's no freaking cure for it. So that's why I don't do it, honestly, for me personally, because I don't see any other benefit. Um but like my therapist has not disagreed with the statement. Um oh sheesh. Gonna pause until my camera stops moving.
I love it. That's so fun. Up there she goes. Go,
Hi Raiders,
go
hi
down.
Brenna. Thanks for the raid. It was so good to talk with you and have you on the panel. Um, but for the accommodations I have told my boss like I need you to be direct. Oh my god. Hello?
You gotta be
Huh?
like direct. Like rip off the band-aid. Don't like
Yes.
sugarcoat it. I'm the
Yeah.
same way.
Yes.
Like literally rip that off.
Rip it off. Hi, Holly. Welcome in, Raiders. We're almost done. We're kind of on our last question right now for our business panel. The question that we have right now is how has neurodivergence or any kind of affliction been considered in the business career? And that's what we're talking about right now. Um, but yes, you were surprised we're still live. We got a bunch of questions at the end and we didn't want to walk away because they
Mhm.
were good questions.
Mhm.
So we're on our last one. But thank you for the raid, Holly. I appreciate it.
Welcome
They're just
in.
such good questions, and we're yappers. We're not
Yeah.
Mhm.
streamers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, so for my autism wise, like my boss was very very considerate, and when I told him, he asked like if I needed any accommodations, and with it being so new to me, I don't really know what accommodations to ask for, so I'm still kind of figuring it out, personally. But like one of them is with my sensory delights, I do get migraines from them. And so like if I'm having a bad sensory day, like he has given me permission to, as long as I like don't have meetings and stuff, or even if I do have meetings and I have a migraine, like I can go home and work from home and and do that. So like he's well aware of that stuff. So if I'm having like a really really bad sensory day, like I can just let him know and go home. Um, from that aspect, um, the other one, oh yes, the direct. Sorry, I was like, where was I? The directness. I told him like I needed to be direct. I can't do this nuanced stuff like when people are like, I like whatever, like you can't dance around what you want me to do. I need you to be direct. And so like when I told you guys about the story about the professionalism earlier, like he was direct as hell with it. He was almost like really too harsh on it. Like he just said it very bluntly and I was like, you could have delivered it just a little bit nicer, but okay. But also he was doing what I asked, so I wasn't mad about it because,
Yeah.
like I'm not mad about it because I appreciate it because apparently someone had tried to tell me that feedback before, but was just like very around the bush
Mhm.
of like they were just like one of them was like, you know, these coworkers, they've known each other for a while, and I was like, that's cool because they were
Right?
like they were joking around with each other, and I like was joking with them, but because they were joking around each other and they've known each other for a while, it was okay. But for me to like be with the jokes, that wasn't okay. And that was them telling me like, "Oh, they've known each other for a while." Was them beating around the bush to say like you shouldn't be doing that. And like that kind of nuance is not
Yeah.
something that I necessarily will always pick up on. It's something that, a few days later I'll be like, I fucking realize what you're trying to tell me now. So I guess that would be something. Um, but a lot of people are very, very bad at it. But the bright side about being in finance and accounting is a lot of people are actually autistic and they just don't realize it. So, because a lot of finance and accounting people are that because they like to do trend analysis. And who also likes to do that is autistic people. They just don't know that they are. Crazy.
Good for
So,
them.
yeah. Um, but yeah, that's kind of I think my neurodivergency. Oh, what you were talking about doing tasks, I knew there was one more thing. Going on and off. When I cannot get myself started, I will do one of the easiest tasks to like dip my toe into doing tasks and get me into a rhythm. I've also asked my boss to not just randomly stop at my desk, even though he forgets to fucking not do this all the time. Sorry, freaking not do this all the time. Because I like when he stops at my desk and interrupts me, he'll interrupt my flow.
Mm.
And then I'm like, I'm in the middle of something here. Like, bro.
Mhm.
Um, or if he does interrupt me, I'll be like, can you give me one moment? I'm in the middle of something. Like learning to like give that boundary
Mhm.
is another thing. Um, but I think after years and years of experience, I've gotten comfortable with that. It's just something that you have to learn to be comfortable with because year one me, fresh out of college, would not have the gall to stick up for myself because like, and I think it's part of the tism of like you have to mask and be perfect and da 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 is like, oh, stand out. Oh no no no, you do exactly what people tell you to do, kind of thing. And now I'm like, okay, no, like stick up for yourself a little here. So
Mhm.
yeah, I think those are the things of how I kind of adjust for that. I know that was long winded. Sorry.
Okay.
Anyways, go ahead, Aretha.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, I only officially got diagnosed last year, but I unofficially kind of got diagnosed. So I see a psychologist every month, and the reason why I see my psychologist every month is because, um, a few years ago, in like 2016, there was a thing called the TRC, which is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and it was basically a whole 7-year event basically addressing the travesty and the things that have happened to Indigenous people being sent away to like basically boarding schools. In the States, you call them boarding school. Here, we call them residential schools. My mother went to this school. A part of this agreement was that survivors got, if you attended, everyone on base got $10,000. and then for every additional year you got added money onto it. And then you had to go to another process that if you suffered abuse during these schools, you also got additional money. So some people got a lot of money because they were there for a very long time and or they suffered abuse. But a part of this agreement was that all survivors, their children and their grandchildren have therapy for life for intergenerational trauma. So if
Oh,
you can
wow.
prove that your grandparent went to residential school, you can then claim this program, which basically gives you access to therapy for life. But it has to be under the registered psychologist, and they have a list. So we have something called First Nations Non-Insured Health Benefits, FNIB for short. And that's a federal program. So if you are status, that's how I get a lot of things covered, is through this. They pay for a lot of stuff, but they also then cover this psychologist thing, and they literally have people on this list. So that's how I see my psychologist. And it was during this one of my meetings where my psychologist goes, I want to ask you something, and I just want you to like, I don't want you to be offended, and I just want you to think about what I'm saying because I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it as a point of curiosity. So we're gonna approach it that way. Okay. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Have you ever been diagnosed with ADHD? And I was like, no. But honestly, I joke about it all the time because sometimes I take so many lefts that sometimes I make it right again, but sometimes I don't. I'm like, but she's like, yeah, because your stories will start and then something will trigger a memory, then you start talking about something else, then something else, something else. So she was like, well, there is a test that you could do online. And she gave me a whole bunch of resources where we did this questionnaire where she filled it out with me. And then she's like, yeah, you scored pretty good on it. And so then I went to my family doctor who was like, well, we can send you for the test, but a cheaper, easiest way to do it is we could just put you on ADHD medication. And if you react great to it, then you have ADHD. So she put me on some medication and it did help. I helped with my concentration, although I had to find the right one because I also have an intolerance to like drowsy medication. Non-drowsy makes me more drowsy than drowsy stuff. So I always say that. Energy drinks, I will crash in 20 minutes. Caffeine puts me to sleep. Like I am the opposite of that. And so I'm like, so I had to find the right one that didn't have that high of a stimulant because stimulants would like just make me crash. It does help me. It just my body runs through it so fast that I crash. So then now I'm on one that does like a slow release throughout the day. And even then it was like at first I'm like, this isn't working. And they're like, no, I know it's counterintuitive, but if it's not lasting and you're still feeling really tired at like 3:00, it means we got to go higher, not lower, and not stopping. It doesn't mean it's the right one. We have to increase your dosage. So I'm like, okay. Um, so a lot of the neurodivergency stuff that I had was me finally getting the test, going to the right person, but again, it was covered through this FNIB thing. So most people, like I think in Canada, I think the test here was like $800. So again, I mean, it's Canadian system compared to the United States, so it's a little bit different. But there still was an online resource that people can do to self-diagnose because it is true. Some things diagnoses like cost so much and it's so hard to get. Like even me who had it covered took at least a year and a half to even find the place that had the actual test to test me and do the official test. And they gave me a whole report that told me all about how my brain works, why my brain works, what works for me, and what supports that I would need in school, what supports I would need in work, and things like that. And actually gave me a list. And one of them was task lists. So for me, I get like such an adrenaline rush by crossing things or checking things off my list. And I say this all the time. I'm like, I have to break things down in lists. So even at work, I always had work plans. Even now, I have work plans that I created for myself in my volunteer work, in my streaming stuff. Like I create task lists because it keeps me on track, but also gives me that extra boost of like just the sheer pleasure I get from checking things something off my list saying, oh my God, I gotta look at all the things I got accomplished today. That's why I think I like the body doubling and the co-working streams as well. Cause I just thrive in those spaces. And I think when COVID happened and we all got locked down, I actually did have a lot of those things in place. I always had the task list. I had the body doubling with other people, but then I got isolated at home and wasn't allowed to do those things anymore. I kind of found Twitch that way because I would have people playing games in the background as I did things, but it was like finding these tools. And I think that's why I didn't know these were tools that I had developed for myself to help myself through my neurodivergence. And I think that's why they say it's intelligent women are the hardest to diagnose because we solve our own problems a lot of the time. We're like, oh, we notice this as a problem, so we solve it. We don't actually realize we've solved a problem. We're just like, we know this works for us, so we're going to do it. And so I feel like even in the business career aspect, it was like implementing all that into what I do in a business. I have checklists. People are like, you look overly organized. I'm like, I have to be, because if I don't, like, I'm out of sight, out of mind. If I don't see it, it's gone. I have no idea. I'm also like that with people. I feel really bad, but if I haven't seen you in a long time, I kind of forget you exist. I'm so sorry. Like, my brain just doesn't work that way. But again, this test recently and all the resources my psychologist gave me all those things that like opened my mind going, yeah, that is true. And I would feel so bad about it because I would be like, oh my God, I forgot about this person. I should check in how they're doing. Or they're like, or they make the post online that they're like, I've been feeling really crappy and no one even cares about me. It's like I don't exist. I'm like, oh my God, that's me, because I'm like, I totally forgot about you. Like, because I literally didn't see you. Like, to me, I'm like,
Permanence.
right? I'm like, I totally forgot you existed. And I'm so sorry. That person is me. But it literally is my brain that is like, I didn't see you. I didn't hear about you. I haven't talked to you. I'm like, I forgot that I even know you until this post. And I'm like, oh, shoot. I don't want to call you now because you just called me out online for forgetting you exist. I'm like, it's so hard in the world of like just neurodivergence, not only having a business, but just being in social circles and doing these things and knowing that we have all these tools in our, like, at our disposal to help us now. But also I think education is the biggest key, especially we talked about the tools and the resources and the things that we can find, like being neurodivergent, like finding those spaces too. Like I said, finding those resources that help you not only identify, give it a name, call it out, but also what are the tools that are now going to help you so that you don't have those struggles in the future. Because yeah, you don't need to be diagnosed to know this works for me and I do better when this happens.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the like lists are so crazy, like how much at least I need them, because it's like even at work we have a monthly close,
Mm-hmm.
which means I do it every month, and I need a list to make sure I do everything I need to do, because I still,
Mm-hmm.
even if I've been in the role for a year, will forget, which means I've
Mm-hmm.
done the thing 12 months in a row. I will still be like, did I do everything?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hate being neurodivergent for that fact sometimes, 'cause it's like, why can't I remember these things?
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. Anyways,
It's like me checking. Like I literally have to point. That's for my hair straightener. I have to point at it, look at it, and say, it's off, it's unplugged, it's
Yeah.
unplugged, it's unplugged, it's unplugged. And then I'll like go and physically make sure that my mini fridge is closed before I leave my apartment.
our brains are so lovely.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
It's
Well,
like those things, like
oh,
if I
go
lock the door too, I always have to make sure, like double check that it's locked, or else I'm like, did I lock the door?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
That's okay.
oh no, you're good. I was gonna say, with that, I think that was kind of our last question. So,
That was our last question. Yay!
Thanks, everybody. Thanks,
Yeah.
chat. Y'all.
Thanks for sticking around.
Thanks,
Thank you
you
for all the
guys.
raids.
Oh.
Thank you for everyone coming by.
Mhm.
Much
I
appreciated.
started clapping and my dog thought it was about her.
Oh.
Same.
doggo.
He's
No,
a
but
cutie
yeah.
patootie though.
I don't know about y'all, but like if anybody has any other questions regarding any of our specific
Yeah.
fields, I'm not
yeah.
good at responding immediately, but I will eventually.
Once March is over, I'm a lot more available.
And of course,
Not
if
to,
you're the
like-
Women's Guild,
Oh,
like
go ahead.
message us in theirs too. Like there's
Yeah.
a whole
Yeah.
place in the Women's Guild as well.
I'm new, so show me around.
Are you
Oh,
really?
sorry,
Well,
Myra.
welcome.
Yeah.
I'm a new Women's Guild member.
Yay!
I
Welcome.
never knew this was
Yippee!
new. Oh my god.
I know.
Oh gosh,
I-
here comes doggy.
I've been in for like 3 years now, and I just assume everyone's been in forever now. And I'm just like, la 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 la. You've been here for a while. I just haven't met you yet.
I
And then I
know.
keep forgetting people get let in, like, you know, every
Yeah.
so often.
All
And
right,
I'm
Mhm.
just
girl,
like,
get
la
down.
la la. I'm like,
Thank you.
Well, this guild's always
I
been
love
one
you
of the biggest guilds
Yeah.
that we have. So yeah, there's so many members that half the time I'm like, yeah, I'm same. I'm like,
no, yeah.
Yeah.
right? You've been
Not
here
to-
this
not
whole
to,
time,
like,
right?
Shameless plug, but I am gonna be streaming for a while longer because I do want to play some Minecraft. So if you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
have any questions,
Oh.
also my DMs are open.
Yes.
My DMs are open. So if you guys have a question, DM me.
Yes.
I
I'll
was
try
gonna
to
say,
respond, but sometimes
I'm-
like I'm so busy
Yeah.
I don't have time to check my phone.
Mhm.
I was gonna say I was gonna get up to probably get water, but I was still gonna game for a little bit because
Okay.
I haven't gamed much
Yeah.
recently because I'm a nerd. I've been too busy.
All right.
So yeah, I'm
Mhm.
probably gonna game a little bit too,
Oh,
but not
yeah.
Minecraft.
yeah.
Yeah.
I got this new game that's
Yeah.
it's called Godlike Burger, and it's making burgers out of aliens. I
Oh,
kind
wow.
of I have no idea what it is, but I got
Whoa.
a game key for it, and I'm like, I gotta try
No.
this. It sounds amazing.
I will eat
Nice.
Frey. I'm going to eat right now.
Yeah.
I'm not staying on the game.
I'm not as well.
I
Frey,
ate right
you're-
before
you're
stream.
fine.
They
Yeah.
watched me eat my ramen.
Yep.
Yes, I
So-
was witness.
I mean, I still
Yeah.
have my last piece of pizza that my cats have been trying to eat this whole time.
Yo.
Yeah, they
Pizza.
watched me. So,
All right.
anyways, guys, if you're not
Yep.
following everyone who is
Mhm.
streaming, like y'all better.
Yeah. Yeah,
Have
chat,
done
that.
go follow.
Yeah,
Go follow everyone.
them all.
Yep. All
I think
right.
you can follow them all. See, oh my, that's not how you type. You
Oh,
can see everyone
th-
at that
there.
link.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Anyways, all right,
Yeah.
thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wait, ba-doop.
Bye.
There we go. I'm also muted. I'm also gonna raid. I'm gonna play games, but my brain is tired, so I want to do mindless, open mouth, staring at screens.
Come inside and have a nice cup of tea.
Have a good evening.